This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Monday, April 14th. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Corr. Wyoming Representative Harriet Hageman sent a letter to the Federal Transportation Department Thursday urging the removal of a regulation that keeps non-English-speaking commercial truck drivers on the roads. Before the Obama-era memorandum, truck inspectors could put non-English-speaking truckers out of service. And since its implementation, American large truck fatalities have risen drastically. Hageman's letter challenges the 2016 memorandum. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Hageman urged the Department of Transportation to consider whether that memorandum is now ripe to be rescinded.
Back in February, I reported that Wyoming truckers are like, a lot of the truckers can't speak English. We can't help them on the road. They can't order fuel. Like, how does this affect their driving? This past week, when Representative Hageman sent a letter to the Department of Transportation Secretary, it was the first real action I'd seen, at least from Wyoming's corner of the world, where someone was actually trying to get that rule lifted.
To Shannon Everett, co-founder of trucker advocacy group American Truckers United, Hageman's letter came as a welcome surprise. He told Cowboy State Daily on Friday that his group has been trying to incite awareness and action of this exact issue in state legislatures and the federal government for nearly a year. Rob O'Neill, the U.S. Navy SEAL who's credited with killing Osama bin Laden, at the time the most wanted man on earth, told Cowboy State Daily that in the moments before he put 3 bullets in the head of bin Laden, O'Neill thought he was the one about to die. In an interview with Cowboy State Daily's Jake Nichols' morning radio show last week, O'Neill reflected on the secrecy, intensity, and the precarious final moments of one of the most consequential missions in modern military history.
There's bin Laden standing there. He's 3 feet away. His hands are on his wife's shoulders, who's right in front of him. Her name is Amal. So I shot him 3 times. And then I moved Amal out of the way because at that point I was the only SEAL there, but other SEALs are right behind me. And I don't want her to get hurt. I even looked down and his 2-year-old son, Hussein, was standing there. And I'm a father. And my first thought was, this poor kid has got nothing to do with this.
Their mission would later be venerated in a wave of television and film tributes, including movies like Zero Dark 30. Anna Cobb will always remember the kindness that her nephew Liam possessed and his curiosity about how all things worked in the world. 19-year-old Liam Cobb died Wednesday while working on a wind turbine near Medicine Bow in Carbon County. Anna Cobb told Cowboy State Daily's Leah Wolfson that her nephew fell while working his job as a wind turbine technician.
He had an incredible curiosity about the world and how things worked inside it. I talked to his aunt about him and his life, and he was just fascinated by the intricacies of how things worked, and that's probably what led him to end up working as a wind technician, which is where he ended up losing his life. A ton of people outpouring, expressing their condolences on social media for his death, and he'll be sorely missed for sure by the Douglas community.
Anna Cobb said Liam brought a constant light to his family, a smile almost always etched across his face. He leaves behind 5 siblings and his mother and father. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Looking to earn money for college while making a difference in your community? Join AmeriCorps Vista with Serve Wyoming. Vista members tackle affordable housing, food insecurity, and poverty across the state, all while promoting volunteerism. Enjoy a living stipend, health insurance, childcare, and college scholarships. No experience? No problem. Serve Wyoming is placing Vistas with Lions Disability Transportation in Cheyenne, the Nicholas and Art Museum in Casper, and Rooted in Wyoming in Sheridan. Reach out to Serve Wyoming at servewyoming.org.
Dire wolves went extinct between 12,500 and 13,000 years ago. They were bigger and stronger than modern gray wolves, built to prey on such lumbering behemoths as giant ground sloths. So there was a worldwide buzz last week when it was announced that a bioscience company had managed to de-extinct dire wolves. But wildlife biologists told Outdoors reporter Mark Hines that reintroducing dire wolves to Wyoming would probably be a terrible idea.
The landscape has changed. The prey base has certainly changed. I mean, these were animals that were preying on things like giant ground sloths and things like that. So the odds that elk would even stand a chance against them probably aren't too great. Gray wolves themselves would probably get bullied pretty hard by the dire wolves. Dire wolves, they weren't significantly huger than gray wolves, but they were a little bit bigger and quite a bit stronger than gray wolves. So they'd probably end up dominating the gray wolves.
If dire wolves came back, gray wolves would likely be knocked down a peg. Their relationship to dire wolves might be like coyotes' current relationship to them. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
There's a lot of need in the world, and if you're like me, it can seem too big to make a difference. But that's why I decided to start volunteering with Mercy Ships. Dedicating a few weeks or months of my life every year in the service of others has brought me more than I could ever imagine. Plus, I'm getting to meet people from all around the world and make lifelong friends. Hey, Michelle. And with so much to do here, there's an opportunity for everyone to make a difference.
High five.
But the best reason to volunteer is knowing that no matter what you do, you're helping change people's lives every day. Whether it's for 2 weeks, 2 months, or 2 years, when you volunteer with Mercy Ships, you'll find your purpose, your people, and your place in this world. And all you gotta do is visit mercyships.org today. I hope to see you soon.
Cowboy State Daily. It's the show with Jake. It's Monday. Sheriffing done right. Cops in Carbon County find and return a beloved stuffy to an 8-year-old in St. Louis. New tech squeezes every last drop of oil out of Wyoming. Robot horses. Kawasaki unveils Hi-Yo Silver Silicon, a cyborg trigger that needs no hay, no oats. Bighorn Basin bad guys plotted the perfect bank job back in the 1950s, only to get away with a measly $40 for their efforts. Jaylene Koff, queen of the moguls, made history last month as the Wyoming skier sets her sights on another Winter Olympics. We'll have her live on the show this week. Many skywatchers over the weekend were treated to a rare pink micro moon that gets its name for Easter. And the Cowboy State's Daily Wendy Core is a winner in Oklahoma City. She's recognized for her podcast, The Roundup. And I know you all watched that over the weekend. All these stories and more coming up on today's Cowboy State Daily. Let's get a weather forecast to you to begin our Monday. It looks like this. Pretty nice weekend. I was expecting a little bit crummier or more spring-like weekend, but it was pretty darn good yesterday. Casper, sunny, breezy today, 53. Sunny with highs near 60 in Riverton, where they're considering a ban on motor scooters. We'll talk about that later. In Southwest Wyoming, Evanston, sunny, 57. Same in Green River. Sunny today, 50 the high in Pinedale. Sunny and 56 in Alpine. Northwest Wyoming, sunny, breezy in DuBois, 51. Jackson, sunny, mid-50s today. Thermopolis, sunny, 57. Cody, you'll top out in the mid-50s as well with plenty of sunshine. Sunshine really across the state, not many clouds anywhere. Buffalo, sunny, breezy, highs in the upper 40s. Sheridan, mid-50s with plenty of sunshine. Mostly sunny and 51 in Gillette with some wind gusts. Sunny, breezy in Newcastle. Highs approaching 50. Torrington, sunny, breezy. Highs in the upper 50s. Sunny, breezy, 56 in Douglas. Sunny, breezy, mid-50s. Cheyenne, Laramie, sunny, breezy, 53. Rawlins, sunny with a high in the mid-50s. Encampment, sunny, 53 today. That's your tour quickly across the state of Wyoming in a pretty nice day. Plenty of sunshine. But a return to that pesky wind. We're just going to call it a breeze today. That's all it amounts to. Some great stories today. We'll line them up with Greg Johnson, Cowboy State Daily managing editor, here in just a little bit, including a feel-good story that comes out of a cop shop. That doesn't always happen. I love that. Carbon County Sheriff's Office, their involvement in returning a beloved stuffy to some travelers who had lost it. Cool story. Andrew Rossi has that for us. Congrats to Wendy Core. She was in Oklahoma City over the weekend, sharing the stage with, Reba, Brooks and Dunn, people like that. It was the Western Heritage Awards, where Wendy Core's podcast called The Roundup won a 2025 Wrangler Award for Outstanding Western Lifestyle Program. In particular, it was Wendy's interview feature with famed mystery novel writer Craig Johnson. And the folks at the National Cowboy and Western Heritage Museum thought it was outstanding. How many of you saw the pink micro moon? The pink moon, the rare full pink micro moon. Every moon has a nickname, has a name, and Don Day, I've heard Don Day say that he thinks that's kind of silly, or I don't want to paraphrase him, but he was surprised that we get all excited over the moon. So this micromoon, it looks smaller. In fact, it's the smallest moon of the year. Now, take that with the same grain of salt you take when you hear, the longest day of the year or the shortest day of the year. All days are 24 hours. What we're talking about is daylight. For the moon does not change sizes. Calling this the smallest moon of the year is just saying it looks small. Pink moon gets its name from Easter, which is coming up this weekend. We're in Holy Week, between Palm Sunday and Easter Sunday. I never did get out and see the pink moon. I hear from some folks it did not look real pink. Kind of looked like, I don't know, a pastel colored pink. It was not really bright pink, but some folks got out and saw it. I forget where I might have been sound asleep by then. I got to get to bed early to do this deal. Andrew Rossi also has his story about poison parsnips in Yellowstone that are so toxic, just touching them. It's the spotted water hemlock, and it is not good. Highly toxic, and it's often mistaken for an edible carrot-like, parsnip-like plant. It's not only in Yellowstone, but in Yellowstone Park, you can definitely find it, and it has caused 2 deaths in the past, as if there's not enough things to die from in Yellowstone. Even the plants want to get you. Yeah, we'll talk about that later. Andrew Rossi has that story. David Madison has a story about a spontaneous cleanup in a Idaho hot springs. Cary Hot Springs, popular hot springs in Idaho, was kind of trashy the other day when some folks, random hot potters, went to do their thing. They found the place, left in just an awful mess. Probably teenagers, right? And, they took it upon themselves to clean it up. I mean, we can't wait for government officials to do it. They've all been fired by Elon Musk. So these folks just cleaned up their own hot springs. Good story from David Madison. David's other story we'll talk to him about is the Frontier Town, the inspiration for Disney's Frontierland, and new owners from California hope to open the bar again. And the bar features one of the biggest continuous log bars. The bar is carved from a single giant 50-foot Douglas fir tree. Huge, weighs 6 tons. All one piece, the bar. And yeah, I would love to be able to belly up. I mean, hey, I'll bend an elbow anywhere, but yeah, 50-foot bar sounds good. I'll do that. David Madison has that story. Pretty cool. New high-tech solar panels could work at night. What? Last I checked, the sun doesn't come out at night, but early stage research, high-tech solar panels developed by Stanford University could produce electricity even during the night. Whoa, game changer. David Madison has that story as well. Dale Killingback still following that trial of the Casper foster dad, Stephen Marler. Testimony over the weekend. Well, they don't have the trial over the week. It must have been testimony Friday. Included the 21-year-old daughter. She's now 21, but she said back when she said she was about 9 or 10 years old when dad's massages went too far. Yeah, you can connect the dots. Dale Killingback's going to be following that trial through completion. Riverton students get a dose of tough love from celebrity stylist Tabitha Coffey. I don't know the name, but that's not really my jam. Celebrity stylist, look her up and see if she really is legit. She stopped by. She was a guest speaker. Tabitha Coffey. Okay. Well-known Australian-born, American-based celebrity hairstylist, salon owner, TV personality. Tabitha takes over. Oh, she has a reality show. Who doesn't? I mean, I have a reality show. This is it. What I need to do is monetize it. I'm not getting enough. I just had to pay taxes. I did taxes yesterday, and oh man, I had to shell out thousands. And yeah, and my OnlyFans can't come soon enough. I got to start cooking the OnlyFans going. And then everyone who's listening to me has to like pony up. Because this is not free. I mean, it is free to you, and you're lucky to be getting such a talent as I for nothing. On the other end of things, though, I need to show more bank. And I'm going to get an OnlyFans going. Jen Coker got me my OnlyFans t-shirt. I have to wear that one of these days. She got me an OnlyFans t-shirt that shows a whole bunch of fans on the shirt, you know, OnlyFans. Tabitha takes over reality. Okay, so she is, I guess she is somebody. Tabitha Coffey is somebody. She was at Central Wyoming College, keynote speaker for the college's Innovation and Entrepreneurship Conference. And she also spent a lot of time behind the scenes with CWC stylists, cosmetology students, and I think they all had a great time. They all shared makeup tips, etc. I cannot think of anything as a guy, anything more boring, but you know, women chit-chatting away while they're under the hair dryer at the salon. That is the female equivalent of men at the hardware store, right? Guys at the hardware store, the Napa Auto Parts, just shooting the breeze. Same thing if you go to the women's salon. And yeah, they must have just loved hanging out and trading beauty tips, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what they're doing. Jaylene Koff she's somebody. She learned how to ski from mom and dad, and she learned how to ski in Grand Targhee, Wyoming, over there in Alta. So we're claiming her. She's one of ours. Jaylene Koff. I have her personal cell phone number, thanks to my wife who knows Jaylene. And we're going to get her on the show this week because she's done something nobody's done before in moguls. Last month, she made history, swept all 3 World Cup events in mogul skiing. And she's been the hottest thing in moguls going. And she's going to be looking for gold at the upcoming Winter Olympics. Get ready. And we wish her all the best. Mark Hines' story about what would happen if you really did release dire wolves into the population. It wouldn't be pretty. Mark Hines said, these things are big, aggressive, strong. What is wrong with my mouse? I see. Got a really dirty desk surface here. The mouse is going crazy. Yeah, dire wolves released into the population. I mean, they would just start munching on they would eat the whole ecosystem. And they would be heck on gray wolves and coyotes. Oof. Speaking of wolves, those wolves released in Colorado, 2 batches of wolves. One of them had made its way north into Wyoming, got into some trouble on a ranch, and was shot and killed by Game and Fish. Now we hear that there's a second Colorado wolf as part of that reintroduction that has drifted into Wyoming and has been killed. Wolf 2513, a male, apparently died on Wednesday, according to its radio collar, which stopped functioning. Mark Hines wasn't able to find out a whole lot more from Game and Fish as to how the wolf met its end or what happened or what went on, but he's got that story. Kristi Noem handling firearms rather carelessly. You probably saw the photo. We had Mark Hines dig into that and make a story of it. And I don't know, it's so much more. It's a Monday, so there's a lot of weekend stories we're getting to. Tons of stories. How about Australia? You know, we get a lot of our beef in America. Not that we can't produce our own beef. We do. But we import a lot of beef from Australia. Yet it doesn't go the other way. Speaking of this tariff stuff, Australia will not allow any U.S. beef in its country. And there's reasons why. Renee Jean has that story. Greg Johnson ready to get into the Zoom room, and we'll open it for him and get him right in here as part of the discussion here on this Monday morning. We'll do it right after this quick break.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Gracie and Pedro might not get along so well.
You're standing on my tail.
But there's one thing they agree on. There's a right seat for everyone.
Oh, that's the good stuff.
Whether you're a dog,
Hold on, Pooch.
a cat, a fish, or a rat.
And I'm a ferret.
Be sure to travel safe.
How can you be so sure?
I'm absolutely positive.
On your next adventure, make sure your children are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily. Because some people at school have noticed changes going on with you. And we're concerned.
Like what? Who?
Some of your friends, teachers, It sounds like you've lost interest in a lot of things lately. You're hanging with new friends?
So?
So, individually, maybe those things are no big deal. But taken together, and then the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We just want to understand better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we just want to make sure you understand the negative consequences for someone your age. The physical and mental health effects, the poor decision making, and the confusing legal aspects these days. So what do you say? Can we talk?
For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Come on! Go, Diane! Yeah, keep it going! Yeah! Go, honey!
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane! Woo! You got this!
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on this Monday and Greg Johnson into the Zoom room. Greg, missed you last week a couple times. I can't do it without you, man. We really miss when you're not here.
Busy, but something's got to give, Jake.
I know it.
Do it 24/7. So
I know you're the hardest working guy in showbiz, and you didn't sign up to be in showbiz.
Nope.
But there you are. I love this story, one of our top stories from the newsletter that's already in your inbox. I hope you're subscribed to get that newsletter via email. We don't use your email address for any nefarious purposes, do we? Let's confirm that with Greg Johnson. We got a whole bunch of people's emails to send them the newsletter. Do we sell that
just
to
the newsletter? And the newsletter's free. Just you don't have to subscribe. You subscribe by signing up, but there's no charge. It's free. We don't ask for any money, and the only pop-up ad you will ever see is something popping up asking you to sign up for the newsletter.
Yeah,
that's it.
And then once
it won't do it incessantly. It'll
right,
just do it. You answer, and then that'll be it.
Once you do it, we know you're part of the group. We know you're on the right team. And you won't see the pop-up. Yeah, pop-ups are so annoying. I immediately leave. If I try to read a news article and something pops up saying there's a paywall or you got to do this and that and the other thing, I'm like, I just lose interest.
Well, they do it deliberately where it'll wait 3 or 4 seconds.
Yeah.
Until you started reading it, and then it'll pop it up.
And,
yeah. And we don't have the big flashy ads in the middle of everything. They're just it's the reader, it's the person's experience. That's what it's about.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we can't do it for free. There has to be somebody paying somewhere to make this sustainable, but we try to be as low profile and as least annoying as possible with the whole ad experience. This story, one of the lead stories in the newsletter we're talking about, is sheriffing done right. A positive story coming from a cop shop, from law enforcement. I love to see these. You don't see enough. Usually when we're talking about courts, crimes, and police, somebody's led away in handcuffs and somebody's on the sidewalk with a chalk outline drawn around them. This positive story out of Carbon County, I love it. Beloved Stuffy returned to an 8-year-old in St. Louis. Way to go, cops. Way to go, investigators. They found it pretty quick. Imagine hearing that call over the police radio. If you have time, is how the call came in. If you get a minute, stop at the rest stop on, where was it? Was it on I-80? Yeah. Yeah.
Somewhere in that Rollins area around in Carbon County.
Right. Yeah, if you get a second, because there's a lot of important police work needs to be done. If you get a second, swing by, see if you can find this stuffed dog called Dog. Blew out of a family car at a rest stop. And, what are the chances that that's exactly where it came out of the car? And what are the chances that you would find it? And one of the deputy sheriffs, Deputy Tyler Christensen, said, I got a kid that would have really missed this. If this happened, I'm going to give it a shot. And he found it. And Carbon County SO returned the dog to the family in St. Louis, along with a care package, the whole thing. And man, what a nice story. William K., 8-year-old, has his stuffy back.
Yeah, that's yeah. Well, they were pretty sure because they got that introduction to Wyoming's wind. They stopped. They opened the door, and the wind just ripped the door open and blew through everything. And obviously they didn't notice until they got to like Kansas, and they were getting into their hotel, and the kid was like, "What? Hey, where's Dog?"
Dog gone.
Now, the parents need to work on this kid's naming a little bit.
Oh, right.
An 8-year-old could come up with some little better. Like, here I am dogging on the kid, but
he's not terribly creative with his. Well, it's makes it easy.
Well, he was probably really tiny. Dog,
right?
Probably 8 at that point.
It was probably one of the 5 words in his vocabulary at all. And
that's right.
So dog, yeah. They just went with that. Way to go, Sheriff Deputy Tyler Christensen, the whole SO. What a cool thing to be able to get that back with family. They'll never forget it. That's for sure.
No. You worked as a cowboy for a while. Would you ever do it on a robot?
Oh man,
robot horse.
I'll tell you. The only positive maybe I could see out of a robot horse, Kawasaki has unveiled a cyborg pony, a electric equine, a silver silicon version of a horse that does not eat hay and oats. And that's the only reason I might own one. I had 2 horses back in the day, and one thing horse owners will tell you, it's like being a boat owner. As soon as you buy a boat, as soon as you buy a horse, it's just a hole to pour money into. And the horse is going to figure out ways 24/7 how to get out of wherever you put it and how to kill itself, basically, how to make itself sick. It's an ill-designed animal. And man, it's so easy for them to get sick. Their digestive system was designed on God's off day. So that might be the only reason I own one. Because at night, you just plug it in and recharge it. At night, a real horse is, you stay up at night worrying about, like, what is he doing now? trying to get out.
Yeah, you're going camping up in the mountains. The horse, can eat. You can't plug it in. Although, if you're not thinking of it as an actual horse, if you're just thinking of it as a recreational vehicle or something.
Yeah.
Kind of interesting. And someone made a comment about it. Everybody's dogging on, oh, it's not a real horse. Nobody would do it. But, somebody said that, ranchers and farmers used to say that about ATVs also.
Yeah.
When they first started coming out, now they're all over the place. Although those don't look as useful as an ATV.
Yeah.
But it's certainly, man, the cowboys of the future riding on mechanical horses, robot horse.
Yeah. You got to see this thing in action. It actually, it's going to have limitations. This is the first model. I'm sure Kawasaki, Ohio Silver or Trigger, Roy Rogers Trigger. I'm sure Trigger 2.0 will be better, But this thing right out of the box is pretty cool, and it does traverse uneven terrain. That's the whole point of making a horse over a four-wheeler for Kawasaki. It does appear to do some things pretty well, but you bring up a good point, Greg. I mean, this is all fun and games on the home ranch where you can bring them into the stable at night and plug them in to recharge. What happens when you're on the cattle drive? What happens when you're camping out there for a weekend? And I mean, the one advantage is you got a whole bunch of horses, tied up on the picket line while you sleep, and a grizzly bear comes into camp, and all the real horses run off and they're gone. Your Kawasaki horse is still going to be sitting there, but he's not charged up. It's all trade-offs.
I tell you what, in a parade or something, I still want to see the Budweiser wagon pulled by real Clydesdales, not like a big group of robots.
Heck yeah. I'm sure you'll find a lot of support except for the parade cleanup crew. The Public Works Department says, we kind of like, an occasional oil leak out of the cyborg trigger is okay to deal with, but real horses make a mess in a parade. And
in most parades, not all, because I don't know about all parades, but most parades that I've covered, that I've had contact with, is if your entry has horses in it, you're required to also have the cleanup. So somewhere a little bit behind it, you got someone coming behind. And
interesting. I'll have to watch for that, because coming up here in Jackson, we have a Memorial Day parade known as Old West Days, and then, of course, 4th of July. Let's keep an eye on that and see. Good point. I've never really noticed, but yeah.
And well, that's because in Jackson they hire someone who can't afford to live in Jackson to do that horse.
Oh yeah, we hire that
just so
out.
You don't notice them.
We hire that out for sure. Well, here in Jackson, our horses wear diapers, and I am not kidding. Like they got the wagon that gives you a ride around town square. Those horses do their business in a little bag that's behind their butt. Like they literally have diapers. Zach Sontag with a story about how new tech maybe can squeeze every last drop of oil out of Wyoming. We always hearing about technology breakthroughs, and it began with the horizontal drilling, the idea of horizontal drilling, and then there's fracking, pounding, hydraulic fracturing using fluids at under pressure, and then we come up with all kinds of ways to get that oil out of the ground.
Well, and it's not always it's not amazingly new things. Is what they're doing is improving on what it is, and so those holes that are already drilled, what else can you get out of them? Because it's really efficient. If you can get millions of barrels of oil out of these holes that are already drilled and don't have to spend millions drilling new holes and capping these and everything, that's what it's all about. And it's getting more efficient all the time, better techniques. So yeah, that's what this enhanced oil recovery is all about. It's not exactly new, but they're always coming up with new things.
Yeah, EOR, Enhanced Oil Recovery, and over the last 20 years, EOR has been responsible for an additional 67 million barrels of oil, and we're talking about 558 million state tax revenue to Wyoming. So it's important, and as Greg points out, infrastructure already existing, so your capital investment, when you're going back to what you thought was a played out play, suddenly becomes popular again, and you already have infrastructure there. You already have rigs and drill holes. Just add some more technology and squeeze a little harder to get that oil and gas. Smart. I like that. Good story from Zachary Sontag. What else in the news you're liking?
There's a lot of stuff. We had a lot of good, interesting stuff. I thought Jackie's story on that Matisse bank robbery was pretty fun. These guys go through all the trouble of planning this heist, and they're going to break in, and they break in through the ceiling, and they crowbar into the bank vault, and they go through all this planning and trouble and work. And there's these little safes inside the wall, and they can't crack those things. So they do all of that and get away with $40.
$40 for your efforts. Yeah, Jackie Dorothy, this story about these genius bank robbers who were not exactly Ocean's 11. They planned like it was Ocean's 11, but the payoff was like Ocean's 1. $40 all these bank robbers got, 1958. Bighorn Basin, I mean, that's your first clue right there. If you're going to knock off the First National Bank of Matisse, I don't know if you can expect a whole lot in the vault.
Well, at the time, it was known as it had the reputation as being the richest bank in the basin.
Is that right?
Yeah, that they had some money there.
Mm.
And in fact, at one point, that's one bank that the Hole in the Wall gang they didn't go after.
Yeah, Hole in the Wall guys
thought they would, but they didn't.
They had better sense. Go after just $40. Trains were probably easier back then, though, than banks. But the way to make your money now, if you want to be a criminal, is cyber criminals. That's where these scammers, oh my goodness. Jen Coker has some tips and tricks, some stuff, maybe to, heads up on how you can stay safe by learning from others that have been victims of cyber criminals and scamming. I mean, it just gets more and more elaborate what these folks do. One day we got to just find out who's on the other end of all this scamming stuff and choke them out. It's just horrible, the things they do to prey on people. And they prey on your, they know how people think and how people work. They prey on your emotions, and pretty soon 5 figures are removed from your bank account. It's crazy how they work. And I know somebody personally who was a victim of a scam, $18,000 later. And you think you'd know better, but if it happens to you, I'd like to see if you don't fall for it. Some of these ruses are pretty tricky.
Yeah, they get pretty personal. They talk about this is enhanced scam recovery is what it is. They keep improving on the technique.
Yeah. And they know info about you, which is the biggest shocker. Like, they know things about you, so you feel safe. You feel like, oh, that must really be who they say they are. They knew all these things, but oh man, you can't trust anything on the interwebs nowadays. That's how it's going. We got to take a quick break. We'll be right back with more from Greg Johnson, Cowboy State Daily Managing Editor. Greg, hang tight, and we'll be back with more news.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
Breathe. Love what you do and you've already won, my parents used to say. My parents whose smiles were my first finish line, who championed respect, whose resilience built mine. Even more than I wanted a gold medal, I wanted a heart of gold, like the mentors who were my balance beams refusing to let me down, and the coaches who spoke out to anything out of bounds, heroes who never stood on podiums, but stood up for me. Every shot I made, give the assist to those who since my youth were referees, ready to blow the whistle and end abuse.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, Monday, first hour, and Greg Johnson in the room. Jalen Koff, the queen of moguls. And Jalen, we're going to get her on the show. Greg, she's a friend of my wife's, and I've talked to her 3 or 4 times, maybe over the years, to do stories on her. She's legit, man. If you ever watched her ski moguls, it looks like the most teeth-chattering thing. It looks like your knees, my knees just get sore watching her ski. Like, how do you do that?
It's nuts. I mean, I mean, it looks like you're just like getting beat with a bat as you roll down a hill.
That's what it looks like. It is. I mean, your body becomes a living shock absorber head to toe. And why purposely? And that's what Jalen thought originally. She would ski with her family. Mom and dad are both pro skiers, got paid to ski, like legit. So she grew up in a family, you knew she was going to be this skier. And they grew up skiing Grand Targhee here in Wyoming. And she would go, she wanted to, keep up with her brother, and she was fast enough to keep up with him. And then he started skiing moguls. He started skiing in the bumps where the groomers don't go if you're not familiar with that kind of skiing. And she hated it. She's like, I don't want to go in there. It's like a landmine of bumps. But she wanted to be with her brother. She wanted to ski with him. So she learned that her mom taught her all kinds of tricks. Like her mom taught her how to do a 360 off a catwalk. You're not supposed to launch yourself off the catwalks. That's not what they're there for, like ski jumps. But, when your mom is teaching you how to do a 360 off them, I guess you figure it's okay. And now look at her. Record-setting March. And got her sights set on Winter Olympics again. We're going to have her on the show this week. She's cool, and she can ski. Woo! Did you see the pink moon, the micro moon? I didn't see it.
I didn't really look for it.
No.
Apparently, it's not really that pink.
That's what I hear. Yeah.
But it's a tiny moon. I don't know. It's a fun size, I guess.
A little bite-sized micro moon, a rare micro moon. I don't know how rare it is. Every full moon has a name. This one's named for Easter, a pink micro
it's
moon.
rare to be a full pink micro moon.
Oh, to be full and to be pink and to be micro.
Yeah.
All those things coming together over the weekend. You missed your chance to see it full and pink. But yeah, I'm
It'll still be
hearing
pretty full.
I'm hearing it wasn't super pink, but at least you had the heads up. You always have the heads up to what's going on in the sky from Andrew Rossi. He's got his eye in the sky, his eye on the sky, and he's all about outer space and that kind of stuff. And he talked to Max Gilbreth, the planetarium coordinator at UW. Learn more about the micro pink moon. If you missed it, you can still learn about it, geek out on it with Andrew Rossi's story. Andrew also has that story about the spotted water hemlock. Oh my goodness, this thing is just when you thought you knew everything in Yellowstone that wanted to kill you, from the bison to a fall off the Grand Canyon of Yellowstone and whatever it is that can get you. That make a new chapter in Death in Yellowstone book. Even the plants want to kill you. This is a plant that's sometimes mistaken for parsnip or carrots, and it is highly toxic. Ooh.
Yeah. Yeah, it's poisonous. It's killed a couple people there.
Yeah.
Now, why you just walk around and, start eating stuff that you find out there, I don't know.
Yeah. It doesn't sound like a good... I mean, some people are all about mushrooms, but most people who are going to pick up a mushroom and eat it kind of know what they're doing. They know how to identify them. This thing, though, can be mistaken for stuff that's okay for you. And this is not... And it's not just found in Yellowstone. You can find it throughout Wyoming. Shane Smith, former director of Cheyenne Botanical Gardens, talked to the story writer Andrew Rossi about it. And how toxic is this? Like, if you eat it, you're going to be sick. Abdominal pain, delirium, convulsions, seizure, nausea. But just touching it. Shane said he knows a friend who got a blister just by touching this plant. Holy cow, the spotted water hemlock. Stay away from it. We got a photo of it so you know what you're dealing with. Read the story from Andrew Rossi so you don't die.
It does look like a white carrot or a parsnip or something.
Yeah, looks delicious if that's your thing. I mean, I don't do vegetables, and this is one reason
let me
why.
ask you this. Would you roll the dice on a poison parsnip or eat some innards?
Oh yeah, I'm not about that either. Greg Johnson's talking about a story about, I guess, one of the hottest foodies. If you're a foodie, one of the hottest trends going is eating innards, stuff that normally you pull out of an animal and throw it away or give it to the dog, and then you eat the good stuff.
They call it offal.
Awful. It sounds
Maybe
awful.
because it's awful.
Yes. Right on about that.
And people all over the world eat different things, but yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. Well,
I'm not that adventurous.
Not me either. I mean, sometimes you see stories like this and you wonder, is it really a trend or is this kind of fake news? But Renee Jean has it. It's part of Eating Wyoming, and it's the new thing. Awful.
Butchers are getting asked for these cuts. It's different cuts, and the innards is all.
Yeah.
All part of it.
Well, I'm already. It's too early, and now I'm already going to skip breakfast. That's gross. I can't do it. No hemlock. Yeah, I'll have some large intestine with a side of poisonous spotted water hemlock, please. Quick way to die just by eating. I don't think so. Yeah, there's so many cool stories. Let's just go to our writers and work down the list. Mark Hines had that story about the photo that went viral just towards the end of last week and over the weekend. Everybody was talking about Kristi Noem and the Homeland Security Secretary. She has Homeland Security now, and she's a former. So she had to give up the governor gig, huh, to do that?
Yep.
I see. She was one of my. She was one of my favorite governors, still is, but now she's not a governor. She's heading the Department of Homeland Security, and should know better. In this photo, she's posing with kind of a careless, what they call muzzle sweep, or pointing her gun right at somebody else. Oops.
Yeah, it's just not a good look for someone in for that agency. And of course, gun people right away picked up on it.
Yeah.
And a lot of people made some good points too. It was a photo op, and that there's almost no way in the world that those ICE agents gave her a loaded weapon to pose with. And her finger was not on the trigger.
Right.
But it's still you need to demonstrate that safety.
Although in the cropped photo I'm seeing, it's hard to tell. You don't see her trigger finger, but
yeah, the window that we have, it's the standard window, and it doesn't quite fit, but it's not.
Yeah.
It's not. I saw it.
It's funny, yeah. And in the photo that's in the story, there's also video, a short video of this, and in it, the officer who has the muzzle pointed at him, he kind of like looks over, sees it, and then steps back a bit in the photo, like he's not comfortable with it. And I know this is, firearm hygiene like this is super important to firearm people. Like they are all over this, and for them, it's an inexcusable offense. Whether you know the weapon's loaded or not, they'll all tell you you treat every weapon as if it were loaded, and you never point at anything you don't intend to shoot at and kill. Yeah.
Everything these days, no matter how serious or not serious, is an inexcusable offense for the rest of your life.
Yeah, yeah. And then for Kristi Noem, who she's been under scrutiny, of course, in some kind of memoir she wrote. She talked about, taking the family dog who couldn't be trained and shooting it. So she's already on the radar for somebody you might want to troll on the interwebs. But yeah, not a good look, as Greg Johnson points out. Mark Hines has that story. Mark Hines also speculates on what would really happen if the dire wolf was released into the population. It would not be pretty.
Yeah, and that was the question that they had. They've created these dire wolves, and so Andrew Rossi did the story. Really good story, very scientific. Just hey, they're recreating these its own species, and one of the first things we said was, okay, so what if we have these again? Well, what does it mean to the ecosystem if you just putting out packs of dire wolves out there? And so Mark asked about it, and yeah, basically they would destroy everything. They would, anything that a wolf would go after, it could, and more. And so the wolves, it could take regular wolves and kind of turn them into coyotes.
Yeah, put it this way.
I don't know what it does to the coyotes, but yeah, it wouldn't. It would be pretty disruptive to the ecosystem to actually release them. If they put mammoths back in Yellowstone, and then they could put some dire wolves, then maybe the dire wolves could help keep the mammoths in check.
Right. Then you would need the dire wolf. But as it is, in the story from Mark Hines, here's how the ecosystem would go. You'd have a coyote that would get in its jaw a sage grouse, and then a gray wolf would come along and grab the coyote, and then a dire wolf would come along and just swallow all three of them. And that would be a little snack for the dire wolf. Yeah.
And it might be easier for a little pack of dire wolves to take down bison than it is for the gray wolf.
Yeah.
And then who wins in the dire wolf versus bear? You know, who knows?
I see. You've got a whole pay-per-view thing imagined in your mind, Greg. I don't. Why Yellowstone pay-per-view
versus bear?
I want to
Next
see
on Fox.
dire wolf versus water hemlock. What happens if he eats one of those? All right, thanks, buddy. We got to hit the news. Appreciate you.
All right, thanks a lot.
Have a great Monday. Greg Johnson, Cowboy State Daily. We got to hit the news. Top of the hour. See you on the other side of that.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Monday, April 14th. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. Bighorn Mountain Farms in Buffalo was voted Wyoming's best tasting beef at last year's annual Rendezvous City Beef Roundup in Riverton. But if that farm wanted to sell some of its tasty, free-range, 100% organic Wagyu beef to Australia's luxury high-end market, it can't get there from here. That's not because of any outright ban on American beef. Rather, Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that it's a convoluted set of biosecurity rules that are keeping American beef away from the Australian market.
A lot of producers, especially the ones on the border, they may source cattle from Canada or Mexico, and they might cross the border a few times. So that Canada and Mexican beef is in our supply, and that is what Australia is objecting to. They don't want beef from those countries. That has amounted to a de facto ban on American beef.
Wyoming Stock Growers Association Vice President Jim Magagna said American beef has faced challenges in other markets that aren't playing fair, including China. He said he believes that the back and forth over tariffs could eventually evolve to the benefit of Wyoming's beef producers. Well, for the second time in less than a month, a wolf that was captured in British Columbia, Canada, and transplanted in Colorado wandered into Wyoming and died here. Colorado Parks and Wildlife officials reported Friday that wolf 2513, a male, apparently died in Wyoming on Wednesday. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that there's not much information available right now.
What we know is that a second wolf from Colorado, and again, this wolf was also from the group that was reintroduced from British Columbia, second one of those wolves came into Wyoming and died on April 9th. We don't know how it died. We don't know where it died. Again, the significant detail here is that the wolf that died here on March 15th, that was actually killed by Wildlife Services on March 15th, was also from that group that originated in British Columbia.
The wolves from British Columbia were the second batch to be brought into Colorado as part of that state's wolf reintroduction program. Colorado wolf reintroduction began in late 2023 with the release of wolves brought in from Oregon. John Quigley was a dreamer who was good with his hands. He spent the winter of 1951 and 52 building Frontier Town, a former tourist destination near Helena, Montana, and home for what was for a time the largest bar in the world, cut from a single giant 50-foot log. Now, the inspiration for Walt Disney's Frontierland is being preserved for the next generation. A family from California went shopping for a vacation home and instead bought a cultural landmark. That's according to Cowboy State Daily's David Madison.
He stumbled upon an old tourist attraction called Frontier Town, which sits above Helena, has a beautiful view of the valley below, and was the brainchild of a pioneering, you might say, entrepreneur back in the 40s, 50s, 60s, who hand-built this Frontier Town tourist attraction. And he hopes that one day that the frontier days of old, can return.
Now the family waits for the blessing of a structural engineer. With that in hand, the mountain water could flow again behind the giant log bar. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Looking to earn money for college while making a difference in your community? Join AmeriCorps Vista with Serve Wyoming. Vista members tackle affordable housing, food insecurity, and poverty across the state, all while promoting volunteerism. Enjoy a living stipend, health insurance, childcare, and college scholarships. No experience? No problem. Serve Wyoming is placing Vistas with Lions Disability Transportation in Cheyenne, the Nicolason Art Museum in Casper, and Rooted in Wyoming in Sheridan. Reach out to Serve Wyoming at servewyoming.org.
When the Kay family stopped in Hays, Kansas after a ski vacation at Alta's Grand Targhee Resort, they made a heart-wrenching discovery: Dog was gone. A small brown stuffed animal, Dog would be an unassuming toy to most people, but it means a lot to 8-year-old William, who was devastated when this soft buddy disappeared from the family vehicle. But Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that there's no job too large or too small for the Carbon County Sheriff's Department, who sprang into action.
But they contacted the Carbon County Sheriff's Office, and they decided that if they could do something, they would do something. And sure enough, they went to the spot where the dog was lost, and the dog was found. It's a really empowering sort of story that shows law enforcement is there to help however they can.
William was reunited with Dog on March 31st. The stuffed animal arrived snugly packed in a Carbon County Sheriff's Office care package that the sheriff put together for the family. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. Those 9 months were also 273 days of planning. What about your daughter's first costume party? It was out of this world. And let's not forget those barbecues you plan in detail for your family and your more vegetarian by the day best friends. That surprise party for your parents' golden anniversary? You get the golden planning. The same way you plan each detail for those moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make.
Cowboy State Daily show with Jake here in hour 2 on a Monday. It's April 14th, if that means anything to you. Brother's birthday. Yeah. And one more day to get your taxes done, right? Isn't tomorrow tax deadline? Yeah, tomorrow. One of our lead stories in the newsletter. Hope you're signed up for it. And by the way, just start signing up for everything when it comes to Cowboy State Daily, and you be sure not to miss anything. And we won't sell your email or do anything weird with it. We just want you to be connected. Just subscribe to the newsletter. You'll get it in your inbox first thing in the morning, about in the 5 o'clock hour, like 5:15 a.m. Mountain Time. And you read the paper the way we do nowadays. Get with the program. Get with the technology. You don't go read the newspaper at the kitchen table after you go out and figure out where the paper boy threw it. Oh, there it is in the bushes, way over there. No, you get it right in your inbox. We do it all electronically. Make sure you subscribe for the newsletter while you're on this show, whether you check it out on Facebook Live or YouTube or wherever you digest it, your podcast. Make sure to subscribe there as well. Make sure to let us know you're listening and watching. And if you're listening on radio, big howdy, big hello to those of you in the Jackson area on KJAX. You're listening to us. And anytime you want to provide immediate feedback on the show, you can do so by texting our studio line, 307-999-TALK, 307-999-8255. Just shoot us a text. Let us know what you're thinking. One of our lead stories today, a positive story, a feel-good story. We need more of these, that's for sure. Wyoming Sheriff's Office returns stuffed dog to 8-year-old who lost his stuffy along Interstate 80. I mean, the chances that you would find this thing again, pretty slim. And the chances, if you're the family that lost this stuffed dog, lost this stuffy while in Wyoming, chances are when you get back home in St. Louis, it's long gone, right? I mean, what are the chances that law enforcement even has the time or makes the effort to find it? And then if they find it, what are the chances that you ever see it again, that they'll get it back to you? Well, chance 1 in a million, 1 in whatever. It all worked out for this family. Andrew Rossi has a story about William K., the 8-year-old who treasures his stuffed dog, named Dog. Yes, Greg and I speculated that perhaps William K. needs to be a bit more imaginative in his naming of his stuffies, or maybe not. Maybe that was one of the few words he knew when he got this stuffy. Dog is the name of it. Real simple, small, brown stuffed animal. Here's what happened. The family from St. Louis, Missouri, was visiting Wyoming for a little ski trip. I think they were out at, weren't they out at Grand Targhee where Jalen Koff learned how to ski moguls? I think they were at Targhee. Let me double check my notes. But after a little ski trip, they were headed home to St. Louis. They were on I-80, tooling along. They made a stop at a rest stop and speculate that during the stop at some point, the dog, the stuffed dog, made its way out of the vehicle, perhaps due to Wyoming's wind, I can imagine. I mean, you open a door and everything in your vehicle blows out at the rest stop. That's kind of how it works in I-80. There's a lot of stuff up against our snow fences that you've seen blown there, and chances are they blew out of somebody's car at a rest stop. As soon as you open the door, everything gets sucked out. This kid had been sleeping with us, needs this stuffy to get to sleep every night for the past 6 years. William has been sleeping with Dog, the stuffy. And it's been really hard when the family got back. On the way back, somewhere around Kansas, they figured out, oh no, the dog's gone. Dog is gone. Somewhere around Hayes, Kansas. By the time they got back to St. Louis, they shared the info with Carbon County Sheriff's Office. I mean, not exactly a high priority 911 call, but understanding that, you know, kids love their stuffed animals. And Sheriff Alex Bakken, Carbon County Sheriff's Office, put the word out to his deputies. He said, hey, if you got time, check out this rest stop on I-80. You know, if you got a little bit of downtime, if you've got a moment. This happened back in March. And one of the sheriff deputies heard the call and said, in fact, he got a text. Sheriff Bakken texted me, said, Carbon County Sheriff Deputy Tyler Christian. And I was down in Bags when I got the text. And the text said, if you got time, go find this stuffy. And so, Deputy Christian said, I didn't know what he was talking about, so I called him. And Bakken said, yeah, I'm not kidding. This family from St. Louis, they lost a stuffy. They really love to get this dog back. Gave him a brief description, and Christian said that he's got a kid. He understands how important these kind of toys and companion toys are to kids. And he said, all right. He reached the pullout at Creston Junction on his way back to Rollins. He didn't see any stuffed animals right around the parking lot, but he just started walking the fence line to see if the animal had blown into the sagebrush. And he said, I made it 20 feet. That's all it took. And I looked to my right and I saw something brown lying in the grass. I walked in that direction. I found it. I said, holy smokes, this is what we're looking for. He picked up this stuffy. Kristen said he probably took 10 or 15 minutes to find him. And yeah, long story longer on Monday's edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show. They let the family know we've found dog. Now we're going to put him in a little care package that included some challenge coins, couple of patches from the Carbon County Sheriff's Office, and a Carbon County Sheriff Office water bottle. Dog was well packaged inside, and what a nice ending for the K family as dog makes it back all the way to St. Louis via the USPS, I assume. Maybe they shipped it UPS. Here's, we're sharing some photos for those of you on the podcast. Yeah, pretty nice story. I love it when we get a positive story ending positively. William K., 8-year-old, is reunited with his stuffy called Dog. And good job by the Carbon County Sheriff's Office. We expect no less from our law enforcement here in Wyoming. They got to deal with many, many serious things and often not very fun things, making arrests and encountering some of the worst of us, some of the worst of society. So it's nice when they get to do something positive and bring a little bit of brightness to somebody's day. Congrats to Wendy Core. We talked to her Friday on the show, and she was traveling on her way to Oklahoma City. And I thought when we talked to Wendy last Friday, I said, well, you must be traveling to do a show. Wendy's also a musician, if you didn't know. And she's part of a duo, and she's a great singer. I have never heard her, so I just say she's great. And I thought they were on their way to a show in Oklahoma City because she goes on tour. She plays the region. And she said, no, I'm going to the Western Heritage Awards. What? That took place on Saturday. It's because Wendy Core was being acknowledged for her podcast, her 2025 Wrangler Award for Outstanding Western Lifestyle Program. She was on stage along with, Reba. The Reba who needs no last name, Reba McEntire, Graham Greene, Brooks and Dunn. They were all in Oklahoma City on Saturday as part of the Western Heritage Awards. Core accepted the 2025 Wrangler Award presented by the National Cowboy and Western Heritage Museum for her podcast, her interview with mystery novel writer Craig Johnson, Wyoming author. That was part of her podcast called The Roundup. And she, the folks at the National Cowboy and Western Heritage Museum thought that was, quote, an outstanding Western lifestyle program. I agree. And Wendy Core receiving that award. Way to go, Wendy. We got story written up by Andrew Rossi featuring a nice photograph of Wendy as she accepted the award. Looking good, Wendy, and great job. Congrats once again from us here on Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. I'm going to have, just to keep up, I'm going to have to work on winning my own kind of award. First, I'm working on getting rich using OnlyFans. Then maybe I'll work on my award stuff. Here's what it sounded like, the Andrew Rossi story and Wendy Core. I think this is her giving the acceptance speech, I think. Maybe. Perhaps. Let's see. We'll share. We'll listen in together.
And Cowboy State Daily's own Wendy Core shared a stage with country music legends like Reba McEntire and Brooks and Dunn during the 64th Western Heritage Awards on April 12th at the National Cowboy and Western Heritage Museum in Oklahoma City. Core received the Wrangler Award for Outstanding Western Lifestyle Program for her interview with Longmire author Craig Johnson that was featured on Cowboy State Daily's weekly podcast, The Roundup. During the ceremony, which Core described as fancy dresses and tuxes, billionaires and beauty queens contrasted with country folk and blue jeans, Core said the Roundup is meant to focus on and highlight the most interesting people in the Cowboy State, and who better to highlight than Craig Johnson, one of Wyoming's favorite sons.
I'm thrilled to accept this Wrangler Award, which to me recognizes the importance of these conversations with the people who keep this cowboy culture alive for audiences around the world.
Western Heritage Awards are given to people and projects that have significantly contributed to Western heritage through creative works in film, television, literature, and music. Everyone at Cowboy State Daily sends their congratulations to the voice of Cowboy State Daily News, Wendy Core, for this momentous achievement.
Yeah, we sure do. Count me in among those congratulating Wendy Core for the award and for her continued work on the news and on her Roundup podcast. Fantastic. Make sure you check that out every weekend and do the subscribing and all that you need to do to make sure you never miss a podcast from Wendy and from the Roundup on Cowboy State Daily. Let's get right into the Zoom room and pick up this guy. It's Don Day, and we're going to do a little weather forecast and day weather forecast looking. Hey, the weekend where I was, Don, was, I mean, it wasn't like those days leading into it. Thursday and Friday was, I think some record highs might have toppled across the state, but the weekend was pretty good. I mean, it was, you know, spring-like, but not bad at all.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't get much out of that storm system. There was a little bit of rain up in the northern tier of the state, but folks certainly experienced much colder temperatures and quite a bit of breeziness yesterday. But the good news is we've got a couple of days this week that will be like last week, but we're going to end the week with a lot of folks having snow.
No.
Yeah.
Are you serious? I'm doing a rodeo down in Rock Springs. What's that going to be like? Because that's outdoors, this rodeo.
Well, it depends on when your rodeo is.
Friday. It's Friday night, Saturday, and Easter Sunday. You wouldn't do that to us, would you?
Of course I would. You know, most of the state, if not all of it, is going to have some rain and snow before the week's over. Now, most of it starts Wednesday night, Thursday morning in the north and the west. Thursday, during the day, Thursday, into Thursday night, the southwest and the central parts of the state will see rain turning to snow. Now, on Friday, a lot of the weather will shift into the southern and eastern side of the state, but it's going to be cold. A lot of the state will not even leave the 30s on Friday.
Don.
It's April. Everybody and their brother knows this is April.
I'm going to have to adjust your volume to 0 if you're going to keep talking that 4-letter word. And yeah, boy, oh boy. Yeah, you're right. It's April for another, I mean, we're halfway through it. We got the second half to go. April, the cruelest month, and you see why. Comes in like a lion, goes out like a lion, in Wyoming anyway. Okay.
Yeah, the good news, though, is you do get weather like we had late last week. And I tell you, tomorrow and Wednesday will be delightful. It's just that you cannot expect April to give you anything of any consistency. There's nothing consistent about. The only consistent thing about April is its inconsistency.
Yeah.
The back and forth. It's just Mother Nature, the spring, going through the gyrations. It means we're closer to summer, but you do have to go through this whiplash.
All right. I mean, it's not me. I'm not making it all about me. I don't ask for myself. I'm asking for a friend. I'm asking for my...
Sure.
I'm asking for my animal friends. I see the mountain bluebirds that arrive early and some of the robust robins that think it's spring. And I got 2 geese in the yard that think, you know, it's safe to be back. And And then here you do this to them. Oh.
Well, they know. I mean, they wouldn't have gotten here.
They know the deal. Yeah.
I know when people would say, I'm worried about the animals. There's some winters to be worried about the animals, like in 2023, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but for the most part, they're pretty darn tough.
Yeah.
Pretty tough.
And
they're certainly more tough than we are.
But they don't have the benefit of being clued into day weather forecasts. They don't have any interwebs that I'm aware of, but they do have senses that, yeah, if you arrive in Wyoming in April, get ready. You never know what might happen. Okay, Don. Good forecast, sort of. See what happens tomorrow. Snow for the weekend. Oh, my. Thanks, buddy.
Bye-bye.
Happy Monday. Day weather forecast. Don Day says, yeah, enjoy the next couple. Be pretty mild. And then watch out towards the end of the week. Yuck. I don't like that. It's hour 2 of the Cowboy State Daily Show. We'll take a quick break. Be right back with more news after these.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story will crow about Crowheart and yodel over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, 10 Sleep, good morning. Welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When you hear the words nonprofit organization, what comes to mind? Is it a place your dog called home before finding you? Is it an organization that supports accessibility? Is it a place that ensures your safety and that of those you love? That protects endangered wildlife and habitats or fights for our most basic needs? It's impossible to show all the ways nonprofit organizations make a difference in our world. One animal, one person, one cause at a time, but it's not impossible to be part of it. When you give what you have to a nonprofit organization that needs what you can give, you help promote, protect, and strengthen the reach of these incredible organizations. The Nonprofit Alliance is here, helping connect people like you to the nonprofits that enrich your life, your community, and the world we share. Reach out to a nonprofit organization that inspires you today to find how you can help make the world a better place.
The challenges our planet's animals are facing sometimes feel a bit heavy.
The animals haven't eaten in a day, 2 days, they haven't drank anything, they're cold, they're dehydrated.
As soon as we started our descent, everywhere I could see was mud, just absolutely mud.
The country has been in prolonged drought for so long, it was like a tinderbox waiting to go up.
Okay, very heavy. Each of us wants to be part of the solution, and we can be. Remember that there's good happening right now. At home.
All right, we were able to get into your unit, and we have all 4 of your cats. So,
okay.
And around the world. For any animal in any disaster. So let's focus on that, right? Be part of the solution, one rescue at a time. Search ifa.org/disaster ready.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. We're in hour 2 of the Monday edition of the show. And the story from Renee Jean highlighting Tabitha Coffey. She's a famed celebrity stylist. I don't know if that means she styles celebrities or is she a celebrity herself? I mean, she is definitely a known commodity, and it's not my world. I'm not familiar with her, but I did do a quick internet search. I searched her up, and she's somebody. Yeah, there's a reason why Tabitha Coffey was selected to be the keynote speaker for Central Wyoming College and their Innovation and Entrepreneurship Conference. The celebrity stylist, tough love reality television star Tabitha Coffey. She's legit. She's famous. And she stopped by CWC to make the speech, and she also hung out with some students. We have photographic evidence of her hanging out with some students of the cosmetology school. Renee Jean got the photo and has the story. It's Lexi Bowman, Ashley Gomez, Karina Frederick, and Grace Fike all got a chance to meet the celebrity stylist, Tabitha Coffey. Do you know who this is, you listeners? Chime in if you want and let me know on the Facebook Lives or on YouTube comments, or you can always text us at our studio line, 307-999-TALK. 307-999-8255. Do you know who Tabitha Coffey is? I'm not familiar, but she's somebody enough to be somebody. Renee Jean was right there, and we'll talk to Renee. She's on the show tomorrow. And we'll ask Renee whether she knows who the Australian-born stylist is. She's got her own reality show. She's got a couple of books. One of them called It's Not Really About the Hair, The Honest Truth About Life, Love, and the Business of Beauty. She also wrote a book called Own It, Be the Boss of Your Life at Home and in the Workplace. Coffey told cosmetology students how she became a celebrity hairdresser and celebrity stylist. I've not seen her reality show, Tabitha's Salon Takeover, where there's a cash prize in the show. Let me see if I can find that on the interwebs, whether it's still going on or not. Tabitha's reality show, yes, it ran through 2008 for 5 years, so 2008 through 2013. Tabitha's Salon Takeover, and Tabitha Coffey, who helped failing salons turn around in 1 week. Okay, so it was like these chef shows you see, where like a celebrity chef comes to a restaurant that's floundering, and they go into the kitchen and they yell at everybody and they tell them everything they're doing wrong. Tabitha would be like a tough love salon takeover, where she comes in and says, you're doing it all wrong. You don't put hair in rollers. You don't put lipstick on like that. It ran for 5 seasons. 2008 through April of 2013. So anyway, Tabitha was in Riverton the other day, CWC, and Renee Jean was there, and everybody happy about the inspirational message that she gave, and then spent some quality time with those 4 students of the cosmetology program. So pretty cool. Thanks, Renee, for that story. The Christy Gnome pointing her rifle at another agent. That photo went viral. I'm trying to see if we have we do have the video in our story. Secretary Christy Gnome, she's, of course, in the Trump cabinet now. Former, and she had to leave her job as South Dakota governor, one of my favorite governors. I still think, and maybe I'm wrong now because she's just been so much in the news for all the wrong reasons, but I still think she could be presidential material someday. And perhaps the first female president of the United States. That was my dream anyway a few years ago. The motorcycle ride, the Harley Davidson riding, horse riding, Kristi Noem as president. Wouldn't that be something? But there's too many detractors now because of the whole dog shooting incident. And now you can see haters going to hate. And this, the video on X, where Kristi Noem, she posted this on her X account, formerly known as Twitter. And in this short video, 20-second video, she's posing with a couple of, who is she with? Drugs, some kind of folks in Phoenix, some Arizona law enforcement dudes she's posing with.
Here we are with Marco and Brian today. They're letting me roll with them. We're going to go out and pick up somebody who I think is got charges of human trafficking. We earlier had an op that swept up somebody who was wanted for murder. So appreciate the good work that they do every day, and we appreciate them working to make America safe.
Yeah.
Here we are with Marco and Brian today. They're letting me roll with them.
I didn't see it in this. Oh, there it is. Yeah. Oh, yeah. In the video clip where Kristi is saying, here we are with a couple of, we're going to go out on a drug trafficking mission. She's with Marco and whoever the other guy is. In the video, Kristi's in between the two officers, and she's, they're all holding their firearms, or at least Kristi and one of the other agents are holding their firearms muzzle up, which, well, you got to be careful when you do that. Normally, you see these SWAT guys and these law enforcement folks always have muzzle down to the ground. If you're muzzle up, you certainly got to be careful the gun is not not pointing at anyone. You got to be truly muzzle up in the air, but you're better off just being muzzled down. I'm surprised that they both have this stance. Now, Kristi's holding the firearm without her finger on the trigger, so that's one good thing. But she is holding this this firearm, pointing the muzzle right at one of the agents. And in the video that I saw, that we just played the audio of, you can see the agent who is getting the firearm pointed at him. He looks over and sees it, and he just takes the slightest step back out of the way of it. And our story from Mark Hines concerns, the viral photograph, the viral video and the viral photograph of Kristi Noem, who is not practicing good firearm hygiene, not practicing good muzzle responsibility. In the story, Mark Hines points out some things you want to be aware of. It's called muzzle sweep, Mark writes. The practice of carelessly not accounting for where your muzzle is pointing. Muzzle sweep. And Kristi Noem is breaking one of the cardinal rules of firearm safety. Always keep your gun pointed in a safe direction. 90% of that time, or whatever, that means pointed down to the ground. Never point at anything you don't intend to destroy with a firearm. Mark Hines talked to Frank Groth, retired peace officer, firearms trainer living in Campbell County. Frank said, a big part of my own curriculum is muzzle awareness. And when Frank saw this photo and the video, he said, where's your muzzle, Kristi? Careful, Kristi Noem is posing with ICE enforcement agents, ICE agents down in the Arizona area, Retired U.S. Marine and law enforcement officer Vince Venata of Cody agreed that Noem appears to be out of line when it comes to basic gun safety. Vince said somebody needs to have a talk with her about safety measures, and rules of handling a firearm. And of course, the number one rule, you treat every firearm as if it were loaded, Vince Venata said. He's a National Rifle Association certified rifle and pistol instructor and range safety officer, so he would know. Christie just got flamed. A lot of folks throwing shade at Christie Noem for the carelessness as she poses between these two ICE agents, and she appears to have the muzzle tilted right toward the head of one of them. Now, was that weapon ready to rock? That's one of the subheads from Mark Hines in the story. Was it locked and loaded? Vince Venata told Mark Hines the gun Christie Noem is holding appears to be an M4 carbine, short-barreled, selective fire weapon used by the military and law enforcement agencies. The carbine has what appears to be a 40-round magazine inserted in its magazine well, so it's got the magazine in, but there's no way of telling, Venata said, whether the magazine had any ammunition in it or if there was a round in the chamber ready to fire. But under the basic rules of treating every firearm as if it's loaded, that doesn't matter, Venata said. You just can't point a firearm at anyone. You never do that, whether you think it's loaded or not. And she took a lot of heat for the photo op. She's also has taken a lot of heat from other incidents in her past that you can read about in the Cowboy State Daily in the story from Mark Hines. But yeah, not a good look, not her best moment. Christie Noem caught in a viral photograph with just not taking good care of her M4. Cowboy State Daily Show. We're going to take a quick break. Maybe. Well, let's get one more story, and then we'll go on that break. This story from Renee Jean about Eating Wyoming. Greg Johnson brought this up last hour and made me sick. Eating Wyoming, the food series from our own foodie, Renee Jean, who explains that innards are in with foodies, homesteaders, and health nuts, and perhaps the Beverly Hillbillies, right? Didn't Grandma, she was always cooking something disgusting in the Beverly Hillbillies. She was always cooking coyote intestines was going to be the dinner that Grandma was cooking up for the Beverly Hillbillies. Well, she might have been ahead of her time, ahead of the curve. Foodies are talking about the latest craze, innards. Yeah, I'll pass. But offal, I'm sure it's pronounced awful. I want to say it is. But those are offal, O-F-F-A-L, is what are known as cuts that are called cuts of food that have long been off-putting for most Americans. If you're a butcher, Alex Spring took part in the story, talked to our own Renee Jean, and he said he has noticed that some customers are actually seeking out things like tongue of an animal, tails of animals to eat, to consume, and the innards, all kinds of innards and organs of animals. Alex Spring, by the way, runs the Chug Springs Butchery in Chugwater, and he's not quite sure what to think about this new trend. Offal And I'm going to, again, if I'm mispronouncing it, it's purposely because, I mean, how can you not enjoy the pun? Awful are the cuts that most people throw away. And Alex Spring admits, I don't do any of the awful stuff. Admitting to him, most of it is, quote, awful. The word spelled with A-W-F-U-L, awful. Yeah, I don't know if this is really a trend, but the trend nationwide spurred by homesteaders. Who is considered a homesteader anymore? I don't know. Health gurus seeking maximum nutrition and efficiency have made the entire animal, including innards, known as offal, have become super popular, I guess. Renee Jean says so. What about chicken feet? Yeah, no, I don't think so. Nothing in this story sounds even remotely tasty or edible to me. I'm going to take a hard pass on all of this stuff. But Renee Jean found some butchers who say it's a thing. People want the innards and parts of animals that the rest of us throw away. Yeah, I think it's better thrown away. It sounds really awful. We'll take a quick break, get back with more of the Cowboy State Daily Show after these.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Julie was always a voracious reader. She'd carry 2 novels on an airplane because she'd read one on a 3-4 hour ride. And at some point, I began to notice that she would read a page and couldn't remember what she had just read, and she'd have to go back and read it again.
I don't remember much these days after I read, but less does for me, and I love it.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
You talk to. In every family, small conversations can make a big impact. I grew up on tour with my parents. Kind of different, but we bonded over music just like other families do over sports, camping, or other interests. And we talked. Little everyday conversations from silly to serious that built a foundation over time. Honest conversations, like when my dad shared his experiences as an alcoholic.
Your honesty about that part of your life gave me a sense of integrity that I wanted to uphold in my own life. And I was so grateful that you and Mom had become these sober, stable people who were always there for me.
I wanted you to know from someone who's been in recovery more than 30 years now that hard work is what creates success, not alcohol or other drugs, whether it's music or anything else. I said it a lot, and I'm glad you took it to heart.
Talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake here in hour 2 on a Monday, rocking your speakers. If you got us turned up, we're blowing out the subwoofers. At least I am. Maybe you're listening on your phone. Maybe you're enjoying it on radio. However you consume and digest the Cowboy State Daily Show, we're glad to have you along on this Monday. Thanks for making us a part of your daily routine. I'm going to give you a few tips from those of you who do the texting thing. If you do a lot of texting, and you know, who doesn't? The generation now, the way it goes, nobody calls anybody. Nobody uses their phone as a phone. I mean, that's the last thing you want to do. Nothing gives you away quicker as a boomer or whatever the generation after that is than using your phone as a phone. That's just not done anymore. We all text. Even if you do want to make an actual phone call, you never just call out of the blue. You got to text first to make sure the person you're calling is ready and has a heads up that you're calling. But etiquette requires you to text first. So there is text etiquette, and we're learning from a story today, Stanford University. The story comes out of Stanford. And a study they did about texting finds that maybe you're doing it wrong. And if you're one of those texters that uses the shortcuts like TY for thank you, or PLZ for please, or, some of us can't even be bothered to say okay. You know, if we get a text from somebody saying, I'll meet you in the Walmart parking lot, I'm way down at the northeast end, and your response would be K, just the letter K, meaning that that's okay. This new study out of Stanford University questions, maybe you ought to think twice about the shortcuts in text, because what they found, and we all do it. Most of us do it, the text shortcuts. I think the study found that 91% of us use the text shortcuts if given a chance. And, they include all kinds of shortened BRB, let's say. Be right back. I mean, we just do it without batting an eye. Most of us do it. 90.1% of us report regularly using abbreviations for our daily messages. 84% of us believe the shortcuts have a positive effect or no meaningful impact. Well, be careful, because the study, in a survey of 150 American texters ages 18 to 65, what they found at Stanford University was no matter your age, youngsters and oldsters, we get bad connotations from the abbreviations and the shortcuts. What it leaves you with, if you're the one who receives these half-spelled words and these truncated words and these shortcut things, we're a little put off by it. And that's what the study found. When we receive, if we share something with somebody in a text, and especially if we take the time to actually text a full sentence or two, and somebody responds with K, just the letter K, we're kind of put off. We're kind of like, oh, wow. That's your entire response. LOL or K. Or if you're asking me something and you use PLZ instead of just writing out the word please. Most of us, we found in this study, are, even though we ourselves use these shortcuts and these abbreviations, most of us, when we get one of those texts, feel a little bit slighted. We feel a little bit like we're not being taken completely serious. And the person sending that shorter text messages don't really care about us. BRB, K, and TY for thank you. Just TY doesn't really mean like you're thanking us. That's a new Stanford University study finding why you ought to think twice before using shorthand messages when texting. Because the study found many of us do it. Many of us send them. And many of us don't like getting them. So why do we keep doing it? I don't know. It's faster. Australia, this story from Renee Jean. Australia sells $29 billion in beef to Americans, but won't allow one single hamburger in their country from the U.S. This recent tariff dust-up, U.S. Senate and Australia is one of those countries targeted with the tariffs. But beyond the tariffs is this notion that, Australian beef, which is sold in the U.S., Argentinian beef is super popular. Beef from Australia, big time import from the U.S., imports a lot of beef from Australia, $29 billion industry. Yet it doesn't go both ways. Australia doesn't want American beef in their country. Reason being, it's nothing to do with the tariffs. And it's nothing to do with an outright ban on American beef. Instead, it's biosecurity rules that are pretty tight in Australia and convoluted. Australia, for instance, for the most part, and this is really simplifying it, but Australia only accepts U.S. beef if the U.S. beef producer can prove that that beef was sourced from cattle born, raised, and slaughtered in the United States. And it becomes an issue for many ranchers in the U.S. that may not be able to prove their beef, their cow, their calf was born in the U.S. Some cattle are imported from Mexico or Canada. Some are slaughtered out of country. So that would make it ineligible for export to Australia. Australia doesn't want it. Renee Jean talked more about it with Wendy Core, and it sounded like this.
Bighorn Mountain Farms in Buffalo was voted Wyoming's best tasting beef at last year's annual Rendezvous City Beef Roundup in Riverton. But if that farm wanted to sell some of its tasty, free-range, 100% organic Wagyu beef to Australia's luxury high-end market, it can't get there from here. That's not because of any outright ban on American beef. Rather, Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports, it's a convoluted set of biosecurity rules that are keeping American beef away from the Australian market.
Since that mad cow disease outbreak in 2003, American beef hasn't been able to find its way to the Australian market. That's because even though Australia cleared American beef to come into the country, they didn't clear Mexico or Canada. A lot of producers, especially the ones on the border, they may source cattle from Canada or Mexico, and they might cross the border a few times. So that Canada and Mexican beef is in our supply, and that is what Australia is objecting to. They don't want beef from those countries. That has amounted to a de facto ban on American beef.
Wyoming Stock Growers Association Vice President Jim Magagna said American beef has faced challenges in other markets that aren't playing fair, including China, and he said he believes that the back and forth over tariffs could eventually evolve to the benefit of Wyoming's beef producers.
Well, there might be shrimp on the Barbie, but there is not a good old American T-bone, which goes great with a Foster's, mate. I don't know. Did we miss not being able to export to Australia? Is that super important? Hopefully, Jim Magnana, if he wants to get Wyoming stock growers and Wyoming beef into Australia, hopefully we can make the right adjustments. But yeah, interesting story. I did not know that. I would have had no idea that while Australia sells $29 billion worth of beef in America, it doesn't go the other way. America sells exactly $0 in beef to Australia. Now we know why. Renee Jean with an interesting story in the Cowboy State Daily. That's just one of the many stories we're getting to over the weekend. A lot of stuff happened on Saturday and Sunday, where when you were out goofing around enjoying your weekend, news was happening, and we're trying to get to it all, including Katy Perry, famed singer, pop singer. She's going into outer space. We'll talk more about that. We'll take a look at the rudest countries in the world. One of them might be Australia, I think. I don't know. We got a lot to do, though. More stories coming up in the Cowboy State Daily. Wyoming State AG, Attorney General Bridget Hill was named by Gordon, appointed to the Wyoming Supreme Court. Another story we're following. A lot to get to as we move to hour 3 of the Cowboy State Daily Show on a Monday. We will get to those stories and more coming up. Top of the hour news break. We'll be back after that.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Monday, April 14th. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Corr. Wyoming Representative Harriet Hageman sent a letter to the Federal Transportation Department Thursday urging the removal of a regulation that keeps non-English-speaking commercial truck drivers on the roads. Before the Obama-era memorandum, truck inspectors could put non-English-speaking truckers out of service. And since its implementation, American large truck fatalities have risen drastically. Hageman's letter challenges the 2016 memorandum. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Hageman urged the Department of Transportation to consider whether that memorandum is now ripe to be rescinded.
Back in February, I reported that Wyoming truckers are like, a lot of the truckers can't speak English. We can't help them on the road. They can't order fuel. Like, how does this affect their driving? This past week, when Representative Hageman sent a letter to the Department of Transportation Secretary, it was the first real action I'd seen, at least from Wyoming's corner of the world, where someone was actually trying to get that rule lifted.
To Shannon Everett, co-founder of trucker advocacy group American Truckers United, Hageman's letter came as a welcome surprise. He told Cowboy State Daily on Friday that his group has been trying to incite awareness and action of this exact issue in state legislatures and the federal government for nearly a year. Rob O'Neill, the U.S. Navy SEAL who's credited with killing Osama bin Laden, at the time the most wanted man on earth, told Cowboy State Daily that in the moments before he put 3 bullets in the head of bin Laden, O'Neill thought he was the one about to die. In an interview with Cowboy State Daily's Jake Nichols' morning radio show last week, O'Neill reflected on the secrecy, intensity, and the precarious final moments of one of the most consequential missions in modern military history.
There's bin Laden standing there. He's 3 feet away. His hands are on his wife's shoulders, who's right in front of him. Her name is Amal. So I shot him 3 times, and then I moved Amal out of the way, because at that point I was the only SEAL there, but other SEALs are right behind me, and I don't want her to get hurt. I even looked down, and his 2-year-old son, Hussein, was standing there, and I'm a father. And my first thought was, this poor kid has got nothing to do with this.
Their mission would later be venerated in a wave of television and film tributes, including movies like Zero Dark 30. Anna Cobb will always remember the kindness that her nephew Liam possessed and his curiosity about how all things worked in the world. 19-year-old Liam Cobb died Wednesday while working on a wind turbine near Medicine Bow in Carbon County. Anna Cobb told Cowboy State Daily's Leah Wolfson that her nephew fell while working his job as a wind turbine technician.
He had an incredible curiosity about the world and how things worked inside it. I talked to his aunt about him and his life, and he was just fascinated by the intricacies of how things worked, and that's probably what led him to end up working as a wind technician, which is where he ended up losing his life. A ton of people outpouring, expressing their condolences on social media for his death, and he'll be sorely missed for sure by the Douglas community.
Anna Cobb said Liam brought a constant light to his family, a smile almost always etched across his face. He leaves behind 5 siblings and his mother and father. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Looking to earn money for college while making a difference in your community? Join AmeriCorps Vista with Serve Wyoming. Vista members tackle affordable housing, food insecurity, and poverty across the state, all while promoting volunteerism. Enjoy a living stipend, health insurance, childcare, and college scholarships. No experience? No problem. Serve Wyoming is placing Vistas with Lions Disability Transportation in Cheyenne, the Nicholas and Art Museum in Casper, and Rooted in Wyoming in Sheridan. Reach out to Serve Wyoming at servewyoming.org.
Dire wolves went extinct between 12,500 and 13,000 years ago. They were bigger and stronger than modern gray wolves, built to prey on such lumbering behemoths as giant ground sloths. So there was a worldwide buzz last week when it was announced that a bioscience company had managed to de-extinct dire wolves. But wildlife biologists told Outdoors reporter Mark Hines that reintroducing dire wolves to Wyoming would probably be a terrible idea.
The landscape has changed. The prey base has certainly changed. I mean, these were animals that were preying on things like giant ground sloths and things like that. So the odds that elk would even stand a chance against them probably aren't too great. Gray wolves themselves would probably get bullied pretty hard by the dire wolves. Dire wolves, they weren't significantly huger than gray wolves, but they were a little bit bigger and quite a bit stronger than gray wolves. So they'd probably end up dominating the gray wolves.
If dire wolves came back, gray wolves would likely be knocked down a peg. Their relationship to dire wolves might be like coyotes' current relationship to them. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Eva Marie smoked 12,000 packs of cigarettes over 15 years. She quit, and now there's a new lung cancer screening that could save her life. You stopped smoking. Now start screening. No matter how much you smoked, early detection could save you. Talk to your doctor or learn more at savedbythescan.org.
How do you know when you've made the right decision? It's the feeling you get in your gut. The one that tells you what's right or wrong. It's the one that says, sure, I can have a drink. Or the feeling that says, okay, I've been drinking. Now what? It's the voice inside you that says, I'm buzzed. Better leave the car when it's time to go. Plan ahead. Catch a sober ride. Buzz.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, Monday edition, hour 3. That's David Madison into the Zoom room. David's got a whole mess of stories that we're going to talk about.
Morning. I love the intro music.
Yeah, it's like bright and cheery and cartoonish.
Springtime.
Springtimey. Did you watch any of the Masters? Is golf your thing?
I'm a terrible golfer, but I got eerie watching that emotional finish. Yeah. We've had 2 good weekends in a row of emotional sports. And my father-in-law is a huge fan. And so I was kind of watching to cheer him on too. He was going for Rory the whole time.
Yeah, Rory McIlroy's been wanting that green jacket. Is that what you get when you win the Masters? Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's won everything, but he hasn't done that. And it was pretty emotional. Did you see when he had his little daughter make that putt? She looked like she didn't look too excited about it. I don't think she understood what had just happened. She was kind of like scared of everybody. But that was pretty cool. Rory McIlroy. I was going for Bryson, the French guy, the long hitter. And although, I don't know, I don't follow it close, but it was pretty cool to see a couple of neat things about the Masters. Not that we intended to talk about this with David Madison, but a couple of my favorite things. The Masters, of course, is like steeped in tradition, and to the point where the concession food, if you look at the list of concession food, like the prices are stuck back in the 1960s. It's like, a hamburger is like $1.50 or something. Like, no, they're not. It's just old school. And the rules about it, everything about the pageantry and the rules and the about the Masters is cool, including no cell phones. The cell phone is banned. Like, if you want to attend the Masters and go see these guys golf, you will surrender your cell phone.
I had no idea. Wow.
And there's a really neat photo that's making the rounds, a viral photo. And let me see if I could share this. I'm pretty sure I saved it on the Facebooks. Yeah. At Augusta, cool photo. And if you were to look at this photo, you might not know right off the bat what's unique about it. You might be like, okay, big deal. Or you might feel like there's something cool about it, but you're not sure what it is. All the fans in this photo, and it just shows a couple of golfers in the foreground, and the background shows all the fans there to watch. You don't see anybody holding up the dang photo, like their phone, to take a video of Rory teeing off on the 16th or something. Like, there's not a phone in sight. And it's so weird. Like, you never see that anymore. Throwback.
You don't hear phones ringing, but you hear the birds chirping. I like that part.
Yeah, you better not hear phones ringing. They don't even want to take a chance that your phone is on off or whatever. Your stories, look, we just talked about before you came on, David, a Stanford University study about sending and receiving shorthand texts. Like when people say TY for thank you, or BRB, or just say K for saying okay in response. We found that 90% of us do it, but a lot of us don't like getting them. We feel cheapened. We feel short. We feel like we're not getting the full attention from the texter. Stanford University also has this interesting something about they came up with the technology. Early stage research from Stanford shows solar panels capable of working at night. Wait a minute, that sounds opposite.
Yeah, it's probably more curious than practical. Solar panels can work two ways at night. You can capture solar radiation bouncing off a full moon. But what this recent study showed was that the surface of a solar panel drops to a lower temperature under certain conditions than the surrounding atmospheric air. And that temperature difference, when connected to these things called thermogenerators, can generate really small amounts of electricity. And so, practically speaking, it means that it can power maybe an emergency light or some kind of device that might otherwise require a battery. And so, it's not earth-shattering news, but I found it really curious. And I talked to a couple of solar providers around Wyoming, and they had heard about it, and it just opened up a conversation about other novel technology coming onto the market. I think maybe even more practically speaking, the bigger news might be the arrival of sodium-ion batteries, which are cheaper to produce, last longer, and you don't need lithium, which is getting increasingly harder to source as a rare earth.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it was fun to just catch up with a couple of solar experts in Wyoming and kind of hear the latest of what's available.
And the lithium-ion batteries also explode when you put them on an airplane, which is.
And then there's that. Yeah.
Then there's that. That's incredible. So maybe, the news is not that earth-shattering as you say, but a lot of times breakthroughs in technology aren't like the home run at first. They're a little bunt base hit. They're an infield single. And then you build on that stepping stone of technology, and then you got something cool. Now, I think you pointed out in the story, we can't do this with existing solar. If you got your solar panel a few years ago, you got it on your house, you're not going to be able to benefit from this nighttime solar panel energy.
You can retrofit onto existing solar panels because it really is just that surface area what you're talking about. So big arrays at scale could produce, electricity for for lights on the development there. That was the one takeaway for me, is like, where in these big solar arrays, they're sometimes having to use batteries for certain things, and here you have constantly generating electricity overnight that can replace that.
Those kids at Stanford University, just busy doing all kinds of eye-opening stuff, letting us know how to send a proper text and tech on these solar panels. That's pretty interesting. I did not know. Now, you're a Montanan, so you probably know of this place. I did not even know of Frontier Town, and I'm certainly blown away to hear about the 50-foot bar. Get us up to speed on this story about the California couple that was looking for a move out of California. They plugged in a few things in their real estate app, and guess what popped up?
Yeah, that's not uncommon, right? Families fortunate enough to have the funds to buy a second home in Montana, they're constantly searching for that dream getaway. What is unusual is that they had very specific parameters they put into the search engine, and we're looking for a historic property, and up popped a very historic property built in 1951-52, right outside Helena, overlooks the Helena Valley. And it was a roadside attraction. It's the main road between Missoula and Helena. And it was the kind of place where if you came to visit relatives in Helena in the 50s, 60s, 70s, you would go up there for a dinner, for a drink at the bar. The bar was created, took 2 days to split this 50-foot massive Doug fir log. And supposedly Mr. John Quigley did it all by himself. He had a winch truck and a bunch of saws and sanders, and just went to town. And the log bar is impressive. I mean, it's 50 feet long, and both halves of the log, or one's above, one's the bar, and then he's got real saddles as seats, and then this diorama, which would love to see in person one day, that depicts a idyllic Western scene. And he hooked up water from a stream on the mountainside there outside Helena, where he could power a little waterfall. And then he had a little, I think he looks like a cowboy or a miner, depending on the different reports I saw, people remembering this. And curious tourists would look forward at it, and there was a secret button that the bartender could hit, that water would come out of the little character's mouth, hit a little rock, and then splash the patron in the face.
Oh, wow.
It was a gag. So, right. So if your relatives brought you up there for a drink, they were probably setting you up, made sure you sat right there.
What a cool place. I would love to see a piece of Americana like this come back. This seems like such a Route 66 kind of a place, but what a neat place. I don't know if it's the California's couple dream to get this operational for the public. You would be sharing your own home with, motorists, but do they want to get it going again and get that bar operational? Oh, wow.
He's the right kind of guy. This guy, Kirby Hayes, he operates a pretty major construction company in Southern California, and, is not intimidated by the challenges ahead, but he also says it has to pencil out. So they're waiting for this structural engineering report. But by all accounts, the original builder and then the subsequent owners did enough to keep the place up. So it's not in total disrepair. He just needs to assess, what is required by current code and what needs to be done to get there if they're not up to code. The one place I know that he was really interested in making sure that the public could come back to is the cathedral or the chapel. And I think they were doing 3 weddings a day there during the heyday. And I think that could be a viable business. And then of course, a roadside trip to the 50-foot bar would be nice too.
It'd be neat to see if the Hayes family could get Frontier Town, Frontierland all operational again. That'd be so cool. But at least some of the features, including this 50-foot bar, carved, cut out of one Douglas fir tree, split down the middle of the bar, weighed 6 tons. That's 2,500 board feet of bar, man. Holy cow.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty
being
cool.
alone, putting that together.
And sanding that down quickly, like just, hand sanding it or whatever he had to do way back then.
Hundreds of hours, yeah.
Oh, man. No, that's a lot of work. That's pretty neat, though, to hear about little stories like that, a forgotten place and a cool family that has, 1 minute they're shopping for, a second home in the Rocky Mountain West, and then next minute they may be the new owners of Frontier Town, a long forgotten, blow the dust off that place kind of roadside attraction. That's cool.
Indeed.
How about these hot potters that were looking to have a soak in the hot springs and Cary Hot Springs in Idaho? And when they arrived, just found the place all trashed up. Teenagers, no doubt. But sometimes you just got to roll up your sleeves and take care of things yourself.
I didn't write this in the first person, but I was there picking up trash too.
No way.
So yeah, I had spent the weekend with my good friend, and this was going to be sort of the crescendo of a perfect birthday weekend for me. And as it was on the way back to Bozeman, it's outside of where my friend lives in Ketchum, and we roll up, and yeah, it was very disappointing just to have that. It's not a pristine area, right? Like it's right next to the highway, but it's also right next to this big national preserve, Craters of the Moon. So when you look at it from an aerial, you can see the big lava flow, and then it stops right at the highway, and then right on the edge is this beautiful blue pool that locals have been soaking in for generations. And there was a local there whose grandfather actually I think was the first namesake. I think it's Millard Sweat. Anyway, the first, there's three names for it, and one is Cary Hot Springs, which is the town that's right there. So yeah, it took us about an hour to get the trash into the bags, and then I interviewed everyone there, and yeah, it was a nice little spontaneous. We're in this together. You can't really relax in a hot spring if there's trash everywhere. So
yeah.
Anyway, that was I hope that doesn't happen again. But it happened to my family this Christmas. We were coming back from getting our Christmas tree, coming down Highlight Canyon just out of Bozeman, and someone had just pulled up to the side of the road and dumped way more trash than we encountered at the hot spring. And we actually took photos and sent them to the police. It's too bad. It there are certain parts of this country like Appalachia where any kind of roadside pullout, if you look over the edge, there's often trash down there. And anyway, I hope that this will inspire others to one, if you're going to drink beer, bring cans to a rocky lava hot spring, and two, pick up after yourself. Just be considerate.
Yeah, people suck, and that's why at the Masters they have to have rules to have people not suck. Well, what's disappointing is we hear about how this may happen to some of the nation's treasured national parks and forest land because of cuts, Doge cuts, and maybe there's not going to be somebody to clean the restrooms as often. So this may fall upon the American public to just be cleaner and be more considerate. But the places you're talking about these are like locals only, like only we know about these spots. So only, that puts a special burden on us. And that's disappointing when it's, a locals only place and we're trashing our own place. Come on. Usually it's an outsider we blame and say, well, they don't know any better. No, it's us. It's locals that know of this place. And that's too bad. But
they get loved to death,
Yeah.
That I give an example of this hot spring that's been closed for about 6 years outside of Boise. It's one of the hardest to reach. There's tons of great hot springs outside of Boise. This one called Skinny Dipper, you've got to climb up a cliff to get up there. And even its isolation wasn't enough to protect it. It became so infamous that the BLM shut it down, and it's still shut down. So yeah, it's on us to take care of things out there.
Unfortunately, you see the same thing with petroglyphs and just people being bad. Come on. Except for this guy, David Madison. He's doing the right thing. Even on his birthday soak, he's cleaning up. David Madison with a story about the Idaho hot springs that needed a little bit of cleanup. So guess what? Soakers cleaned it up. How about the California family that was second home searching and maybe have found themselves the new owners and runners, operators of Frontier Town? I hope so. I'm ready to bend an elbow at a 50-foot bar. You and me, David. Your next birthday. Let's go to the
Christmas party.
Yeah, or the next company Christmas party. And new tech, new research, new tech from Stanford University. Maybe finding solar panels that generate electricity at night. Whoa. Game changer. Thanks, buddy.
All right, we'll see you next week.
Okay, we're going to have a quick break here in hour 3 of the Cowboy State Daily Show. Come right back with Sally Ann Shermer after this.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
We all make choices. When it comes to alcohol, kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad.
Bye-bye.
Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Have fun. Hey, have a seat for a second. Remind me about that party again?
Alex is just...
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. They want guidance and honest answers to their questions. And it makes a difference when the message is consistent and part of everyday conversations. So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path. Because when you talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
You're not going to get it all right. Just make sure you nail the big stuff, like making sure your kids are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat.
In 2023, arm pump was holding me back. After a successful treatment at the McGinley Clinic in Wyoming, I can now focus on track instead of pain. The McGinley Clinic offers innovative, minimally invasive treatments for most sports injuries, including arm pumps. They got me back to peak performance and back on the podium. Go check out McGinley Clinic today.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues here in hour 3 at a Monday edition. Sally Ann Shermer joins the conversation. Sally Ann, how's your Monday going?
Really well, thank you. I'm just starting it, but it's a busy day and a very busy week. It's Holy Week, so that's a lot. That's very, very busy, and I'm looking forward to all of it. And physical therapy this morning, and we're just trying to get the good hip better and the worse hip ready for surgery. So we're in that in-between stage.
Well, all right. Thanks for the update. It is Holy Week. Yesterday, Palm Sunday, and all the kids were carrying their palms at the service I went to. Easter Sunday this weekend. Maybe an Easter egg hunt. Hopefully it's not going to be snowing on your Easter egg hunt.
No, hopefully not. It's supposed to moderate. It's very, very chilly today, but the sun's shining brightly, and I think we're going to get a little precipitation midweek, like Holy Thursday and Good Friday maybe, but then the weekend is shaping up to look pretty nice. So that's all we can ask for April in Wyoming, right?
Yeah, it's always roller coaster ride as far as weather. So basketball's over. There's no football. This is a real downtime for your sports people like Sally Ann. But did you watch any of the Masters? Do you follow golf at all?
Yeah. Oh yes. Oh
yeah.
Yes. We were glued, and well, I was glued. Owen had a trip on Saturday, but yesterday we watched every second, and it was, really dramatic, and that's an understatement. And we were pulling for Rory all the way, and so I was just, very. I mean, it was great TV. I mean, people. So many people don't watch golf on television, and I used to be one of them. But then I took up with a golfer, and so then that's prime TV watching when you're with a golfer. So we watched it all, and I'm really, really happy for Rory, and Justin Rose was really classy also. I thought extremely classy, and it was just great television. It really was.
I was rooting for Bryson DeChambeau. He's my guy, but yeah, I'm happy for Rory to finally wear that green jacket. I was sharing a photo as we're talking about the Masters and their no cell phone policy, which I love.
Absolutely.
It's so cool to see a shot of the crowd, and everybody's watching. Nobody's holding up that dang phone, and that's old school.
It's so wonderful, and you see a really important NBA game, if there is such a thing, or you see a really important football game of any kind, and people are just they pan the crowd, and all you can see are these phones, and it's just ridiculous. I mean, it's just absolutely ridiculous. And I love the Masters policy. I absolutely love it. And they've always been kind of chided for being so old fashioned and not with the times, and I wish more people would take a hint from them and see that it really does work, and you really can have throngs of that magnitude without phones. And I mean, it was just sensational. It was just really great.
Yeah. And, I get why you would get some heat if you want to do things old school and insist on some old fashioned ways of thinking. For instance, I think of the New York Yankees and their policy toward no facial hair and making sure your hair isn't too long. Like, they really cracked that. Now they've changed it recently, but I don't mind some of those old fashioned things, because sometimes, we get too new fashioned with our thinking. And I like,
exactly.
I don't mind that at all. The Masters thing, or the sports uniforms that don't have the player's name on the back because you're playing for the name on the front. Stuff like that. I like old stuff like that. Yeah.
I do too. And, I mean, contrast that with all this NIL ridiculousness over the weekend. I mean, that, kids deciding they don't want to play in the spring game because they're not going to get $4 million. I mean, it's just the most ridiculous thing I've ever, and it is absolutely ruining the sport. And it's just the most ridiculous thing ever. And so contrast that with some of the things that Wyoming has enjoyed in the recent past, like, no names on the back of the uniforms. Of course, that's changed now, and I'm not a fan of that. I loved it when we didn't have names on the backs of the uniforms. I just loved it. And so you're right. I mean, I think that there's a place for old school, and there's a place for, a little bit of reform, but the way it's gone now is just absolutely ridiculous.
I think a lot of people find it refreshing, but yeah, especially when you consider where we're going full speed ahead. Wyoming Cowboys football team, by the way, lost another talented corner. We're going to be looking for a revamped secondary as the transfer portal again strikes.
Right.
Oh, well.
And this week it opens up again. I mean, it seems like it's open more than it's closed. and Jay Savell has a shopping list that he's shared with the public, and he's looking for specific things, and so good for him for at least realizing that instead of getting poached at every opportunity, there's an opportunity there for him to get some guys. So when he wants specific guys, maybe he'll have some luck getting those kinds of specific guys and who want to be at Wyoming. I mean, that's the bottom line. If you don't want to be here, then we're all better off with you not here.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter who you are or what your name is or what you got, the stats that were touted when we got you. If you don't want to be here, then don't be here. And there's, thousands of kids looking for new places. And so if we can find 5 of those kids in specific slots that want to be in Wyoming, then that's fantastic. And so, I'm proud of Jay for saying these are our needs and these are what we're looking for. And we're going to start Wednesday. And so hopefully we'll have some announcements this week and he'll get the guys he wants.
We're talking to Sally Ann Shermer, famed journalist. We don't talk often enough about your journalistic past, Sally Ann. And so let's talk about reading, writing, and no arithmetic. First, let's begin with reading. Now, your latest column in the Cowboy State Daily talks about how, basketball's the downtime in sports, and you're just going to fill the time with reading. You and I have to have a readathon challenge one day because I just got back from 2 weeks in Cabo, Mexico, and I put away about 7 or 8 books in that time.
Awesome.
I love reading, and I don't know too many people who read as much as I do, but you probably got me beat.
Well, I do. I mean, that's my sport of choice is reading, and my participatory sport of choice is finding a great chair on the beach with a little cocktail in hand and just reading. And I mean, I can't think of anything better. And I mean, I read, morning, noon, and night, especially with having been immobile for far too long, and that's about to end. But reading is I've always been a big reader literally, no exaggeration, since elementary school, I've been a big reader. It's just that I have a lot more time to devote to it now. My favorite classes in school were always, some kind of English literature. I can specifically remember a Western literature class at the University of Wyoming taught by Robert Rorapaw, who was one of my absolute favorite instructors of all time, and he wrote a lot of Western literature himself and poetry especially, and so I would find myself doing all of my reading for my lit classes, and then the rest of the classes absolutely went by the wayside as far as homework went, because I just took classes where I could read for a grade, and that's what I did. And so I've always been a big reader. It's just that until retirement, and then more so since my immobility, I just haven't had the time to devote to it. But I've always got a book. I've never until the last couple of months of my life have I tried to read more than one book at once. But this was because this was a necessity, because my book is always on my nightstand upstairs next to my bed. And when I was having such a difficult time getting up and down the stairs, I would find that I had stashed books in the lower level. And so I would read a lower level book and an upper level book. But that's not my thing. I would much rather tote my book around and just read one at a time. But I know a lot of people who read several at a time, and I just think that that's a little bit confusing. And I mean, for my brain, I I'd much rather just read one book at a time.
Yeah, I hear you. Well, I mean, lower level, upper level is next level reading when you're doing more than one. I can't do that. I can't get there with that. But I will take a moment to be all snobby and braggy on what I read poolside in Mexico. Most people have your typical beach read, which is some breezy, junky romance. I knocked out Little Women. I had read it before.
God.
That's 777 pages, by the way, if you want to know.
Good for you.
And
I need to revisit that. I haven't read that since I was in, junior high. And,
Me
and I need
too.
to revisit that.
Oh.
Yeah. And I'm not opposed to revisiting things. And that's the other thing. I always had a hard and fast, stone cold, hard and fast rule that regardless of how much I loved a book, I was never going to read it again because there are so many other books that I want to read.
Yeah.
But I think now as I'm aging and it's been more decades in between reading books, and I think my memory is a little bit, what happens when you're 68. I do enjoy rereading books. And I just, in fact, reread one in the last couple of weeks that was fantastic. And it's a series, and I had started the series not in the beginning of the series because I buy books at the book sale because they're affordable, and so at the book sale you take what you can get. So knowing that this was a series of books, I bought one in the middle of the series, read it first, loved it, and now I'm going back to the beginning of the series and rereading the entire series, and it's fantastic, and it's it's definitely chick lit, but it's fantastic. And so I'm breaking all the rules. Now I've started to read more than one book at once, which I really don't care for. And I'm also rereading books that I've already loved. And so it's never too late to change your ways is my mantra. And there you go.
That's your takeaway from Sally. Yeah, look, she learns a new pony trick. I'm the same way. I always said that too. There's too many good books out there to revisit one you've already read. But I too, every once in a while, will revisit one that's a long time ago since I read it. Excellent.
Right.
Well. Yeah, we're going to have to compare notes on books. Maybe have a whole segment on that, I guess.
That would be great. I would love to talk books. I'm not sure the readers are as crazy about it when I write about books as other things, but I'm happy to share what I'm reading, and it's mostly trash, and I don't care. And I read for pure pleasure now. It's not like I have to do research or like I'm doing it for a grade, so I read exactly what I want to read, and it's mostly trash, and I just love it. Love it. Love it, love it, love it.
Sally Ann and her chick lit. I love that. Well, thanks, Sally Ann. Have a great Monday.
Thank you. Happy Easter. Thank you.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you. Happy Easter. Sally Ann Shermer joining the conversation every Monday in the third hour. Don't miss it. Sally Ann is filling her downtime without sports. Without basketball and football anyway, she's turned to books. I like it. Let's take a quick break here of the Cowboy State Daily Show. Back with more after these.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust, your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I don't remember how it started.
Go to that. Cowboy.
Our back and forth. It always came back.
Dad!
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. I don't remember this sound bed. I don't know if I've ever played this. Oh, yeah, it's that. It's that, the one that David Madison calls really springy. Seems to make a good sound bed for, good music bed for this day in history. This day is April 14th, of course. It was this day. Actually, we should get a more ominous sound bed going for this. This is, where's my scary sound bed? Yeah, we need like... It was this day in 1846 that the Donner Party departed Springfield, Illinois, with the intent of arriving in California. So you think about this day is mid-April. Springfield, Illinois. You leave, and have you made enough time? Have you set aside enough time for yourself to get to California before it starts snowing, before winter? You would think so. April 14th to depart Springfield, Illinois. You're trying to make it to California. 1846, but we all know what happened to the Donner Party in that final mountain pass. And they all ate each other, right? This day, 1860, the first Pony Express rider with westbound mail arrived in San Francisco. What a historic moment that must have been. The shouts and cheers and whoops. 1860 is that first teenaged Pony Express rider brought the mail to San Fran. This day, 1865, President Lincoln was shot by John Wilkes Booth as part of a deluded conspiracy by a small group of Confederate sympathizers. This day in 1881, the Oregon Short Line, a Union Pacific subsidiary, was organized. The railroad ran from Granger to Huntington, Oregon. The Oregon Short Line. That's also on the Monopoly Board, right? The Oregon Short Line, isn't that a Monopoly Board railroad? One of the 4 railroads you can land on? Let me look that up. I'm going to have to check the Googler. Let's see. The Oregon short line. Yeah. Not. Wait a minute. Monopoly game. Oh, I put Monopoly, and now it wants to know if it was a real Monopoly. The short line. Oh, maybe it's not. Why can't I find? What are the railroads on Monopoly? It's just called the short line. So yeah, we'll say it's there's the Pennsylvania Railroad in Monopoly. There's the Reading Railroad, the B&O, and then the short line. And there was an Oregon short line that was organized on this day in 1881. It ran in, yes, Oregon. This day, 1892, Sheriff Angus asked the commander of Fort McKinney to turn over the Johnson County invaders into his custody. The New York Times ran a story about Governor Barber's plea for federal troops on its first page. It was all part of the ongoing Johnson County War taking place in 1892 in the spring, or like right about now. This date, 1902, J.C. Penney and Partners opened their first store in Kemmer. It was originally called the Golden Rule Store. April 14th, 1922, the Teapot Dome scandal breaks. In a story by the Wall Street Journal reported that the Secretary of Interior had leased Wyoming's Teapot Dome to a private oil company without competitive bidding. This day in 1975, the Morton Fruin House in Cheyenne was added to the National Registry of Historic Places. If you're not familiar with Morton Fruin, he was born in 1853, lived through 1924. Really interesting character, nickname Mortal Ruin. Morton Fruin was a really interesting character. He's born in England, born in the UK in Sussex, England. But came over to the U.S., spent a lot of time in Wyoming. Real interesting dude. He did a lot of interesting things, and it was his house in Cheyenne added to the National Registry of Historic Places in 1975. And on this day in 1994, the final EIS, the Environmental Impact Statement, was completed. That was the one that would lead to the reintroduction of wolves to the Yellowstone National Park. It was finalized and published on this day, the final EIS, which basically gave the green light to wolves in Yellowstone. The EIS published this day in 1994, and then officials wasted no time introducing the wolves into Yellowstone National Park. And as we find out from Mark Hines, maybe the dire wolf is next. Actually, no. That would be dire consequences to release the dire wolf in Yellowstone. After all, Yellowstone already has a killer plant. I was really surprised to hear about the toxicity, the lethalness, the dangerous plant in Yellowstone. What would you call that word? The plant and its toxicity. Something like that. The quality of being poisonous. The toxicity. That's a hard word to say. Toxicity of the spotted water hemlock. This story came from our Yellowstone expert, I guess you'd call him, Andrew Rossi. This plant, by the way, is not only in Yellowstone. It can be found, and now I can't get this story to come up properly. Yellowstone's poison hemlock plant, sometimes mistaken for a turnip or a carrot, Check out this story from Andrew Rossi. Water hemlock considered one of the deadliest plants in North America, and you can find it in Yellowstone and throughout Wyoming, really. I'm looking at the photos of it, and I mean, I'm not one to walk around pulling stuff out of the ground and eating it. I'm not a mushroom eater, and I certainly would not be visiting Yellowstone with the intent to harvest something out of the ground to eat. But if you were inclined to pull up a turnip out of Yellowstone thinking it was, some kind of edible tuber, be careful. This one is pretty deadly. Spotted water hemlock. It's one of 1,491 native plants in Yellowstone. Only 2 are lethal enough to kill a human, even when ingested in small amounts. And the deadliest is the spotted water hemlock, as highlighted in a story by Andrew Rossi. He interviewed Shane Smith, former director of Cheyenne Botanic Gardens. Shane said, I've seen it grow in alleys in Cheyenne, in places where kids and adults with poor information might pick it up and eat it. But yeah, he doesn't recommend it. In fact, Shane knew of one incident where he had a friend just touch a water hemlock and got a large blister from it. He said, I've touched it with no problem, but I've heard of people who just touch it and without gloves on and get blistered. If you eat it, death is certainly a possibility. You'll also probably experience abdominal pain, convulsions, delirium, nausea, seizures, and vomiting within the hour. The plant has been known to kill at least 2 people in Yellowstone National Park. So, yeah, no thanks. Shane Smith, interviewed in this story by Andrew Rossi, talking about the highly toxic spotted water hemlock. I think I'll steer clear. I'm not likely to go pulling anything out of the ground and eating it anyway. Just not my thing. Dale Killingback is following the story of that ongoing trial of the former Father of the Year, the former award-winning foster father, his adopted daughter, the 21-year-old who has now blown the whistle on the whole thing. This guy back in 2013 was given an award for how great he was a foster dad. By the following year, he was already allegedly doing some naughty things to his foster kids. The now 21-year-old daughter has come forward, and that's why we're currently in an ongoing trial. And the adopted daughter said, foster dad Stephen Marler began massaging her when she was 9 or 10 years old, and these massages went way too far. And she talked about that and some other disturbing stuff as this ongoing 3rd day of testimony in the trial of Stephen Marler, 50-year-old, facing 26 counts, including sexual abuse of minors, battery, and child endangerment. Dale Killingback will be following that story to its conclusion. Let's take a quick break. I think it's time to rodeo. And when we come back, I want to talk about a little pint-sized rodeo star. She's only 11 years old, I think. She's 11, just turned 11. She's a barrel racing angel like you've never seen. Western Ag Rodeo Show with Will Rasmussen.
It's the Rodeo Road Show on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. Will Rasmussen here. Good to have you along. Today, our conversation continues with the second-ranked saddle bronc rider in the world, Cade Bruno from Challis, Idaho, who has qualified for 3 straight national finals rodeos. We ask him about his spring schedule coming up for the next month or so on the rodeo trail. We'll talk to Cade when we come back.
For more information. You can also bid live at dbauction.com.
Not all cattle supplements are created equal. Flaxlick is nutritionally engineered to bridge nutritional gaps, delivering the omega-3s, protein, vitamins, and minerals your herd needs for growth, reproduction, and immune support. Its 24-hour feeding system ensures consistent, controlled nutrient delivery day and night. Backed by research trusted by producers, Flaxlick is not just another tub. It's nutritionally engineered for optimal performance. Explore Flaxlick and find a dealer at smartlick.com. That's smartlic.com.
What's your schedule for the next month or so, Cade?
Just drinking my coffee here this morning, and I see Casper entered us in Clovis, California, and that closes today. So I was waiting on that one to build me a little schedule, but for sure, I know I go to Redmond on Saturday, this Saturday, Redmond, Oregon. Got a circuit rodeo up there, and then I believe, in Logandale the next weekend, and then San Angelo. And then I think the next weekend again, I got to go back to San Angelo for the shootout and the short round, and then Red Bluff, and then I think another 3 or 4 days off, and then another weekend out to California. So,
yeah,
like I said, it's not super busy. It's kind of the flying time of the year where we're just fly over, rodeo for 2-3 days, and fly back. But
Cade Bruno from Chalice, Idaho, number 2 in the world of saddle bronc riding, possibly headed to his 4th Wrangler National Finals rodeo. Time will tell. He's from a ranching family in the beautiful part of the headwaters of the Salmon River, Chalice, Idaho. Cade Bruno on the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
Yeah, and when we come back after top of the hour news break, I want to introduce you to an 11-year-old barrel racer. She's already earned $1 million rodeoing. She just turned 11. See you on the other side of the news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Monday, April 14th. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. Bighorn Mountain Farms in Buffalo was voted Wyoming's best-tasting beef at last year's annual Rendezvous City Beef Roundup in Riverton. But if that farm wanted to sell some of its tasty, free-range, 100% organic Wagyu beef to Australia's luxury high-end market, it can't get there from here. That's not because of any outright ban on American beef. Rather, Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that it's a convoluted set of biosecurity rules that are keeping American beef away from the Australian market.
A lot of producers, especially the ones on the border, they may source cattle from Canada or Mexico, and they might cross the border a few times. So that Canada and Mexican beef is in our supply, and that is what Australia is objecting to. They don't want beef from those countries. That has amounted to a de facto ban on American beef.
Wyoming Stock Growers Association Vice President Jim Magagna said American beef has faced challenges in other markets that aren't playing fair, including China. He said he believes that the back and forth over tariffs could eventually evolve to the benefit of Wyoming's beef producers. Well, for the second time in less than a month, a wolf that was captured in British Columbia, Canada, and transplanted in Colorado wandered into Wyoming and died here. Colorado Parks and Wildlife officials reported Friday that wolf 2513, a male, apparently died in Wyoming on Wednesday. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that there's not much information available right now.
What we know is that a second wolf from Colorado, and again, this wolf was also from the group that was reintroduced from British Columbia, second one of those wolves came into Wyoming and died on April 9th. We don't know how it died. We don't know where it died. Again, the significant detail here is that the wolf that died here on March 15th, that was actually killed by Wildlife Services on March 15th, was also from that group that had originated in British Columbia.
The wolves from British Columbia were the second batch to be brought into Colorado as part of that state's wolf reintroduction program. Colorado wolf reintroduction began in late 2023 with the release of wolves brought in from Oregon. John Quigley was a dreamer who was good with his hands. He spent the winter of 1951 and 52 building Frontier Town, a former tourist destination near Helena, Montana, and home for what was for a time the largest bar in the world, cut from a single giant 50-foot log. Now, the inspiration for Walt Disney's Frontierland is being preserved for the next generation. A family from California went shopping for a vacation home and instead bought a cultural landmark. That's according to Cowboy State Daily's David Madison.
He stumbled upon an old tourist attraction called Frontier Town, which sits above Helena, has a beautiful view of the valley below, and was the brainchild of a pioneering, you might say, entrepreneur back in the 40s, 50s, 60s, who hand-built this Frontier Town tourist attraction. And he hopes that one day that the frontier days of old, can return.
Now the family waits for the blessing of a structural engineer. With that in hand, the mountain water could flow again behind the giant log bar. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Looking to earn money for college while making a difference in your community? Join AmeriCorps Vista with Serve Wyoming. Vista members tackle affordable housing, food insecurity, and poverty across the state, all while promoting volunteerism. Enjoy a living stipend, health insurance, childcare, and college scholarships. No experience? No problem. Serve Wyoming is placing Vistas with Lions Disability Transportation in Cheyenne, the Nicolason Art Museum in Casper, and Rooted in Wyoming in Sheridan. Reach out to Serve Wyoming at servewyoming.org.
When the Kay family stopped in Hays, Kansas after a ski vacation at Alta's Grand Targhee Resort, they made a heart-wrenching discovery. Dog was gone. A small brown stuffed animal, Dog would be an unassuming toy to most people, but it means a lot to 8-year-old William, who was devastated when this soft buddy disappeared from the family vehicle. But Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that there's no job too large or too small for the Carbon County Sheriff's Department, who sprang into action.
But they contacted the Carbon County Sheriff's Office, and they decided that if they could do something, they would do something. And sure enough, they went to the spot where the dog was lost, and the dog was found. It's a really empowering sort of story that shows law enforcement is there to help however they can.
William was reunited with Dog on March 31st. The stuffed animal arrived snugly packed in a Carbon County Sheriff's Office care package that the sheriff put together for the family. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
There I was, 16, divorced, remarried with a baby, another on the way, and I could barely read or write. It was time for me to change my life and the lives of my family, so I went back and I got my high school diploma. That was the catalyst I needed. Now I have a bachelor's, a master's, and I became a teacher.
Mom, this is your very first yearbook.
Your commitment to education motivates me, your coworkers, and your students.
You showed me that if you come from nothing, you can still be anything.
You told me I deserve to succeed. It's been 15 years, and I still live by that.
You're the model for success for your kids, grandkids, and your students.
When I look at all these success stories, I cannot help but think it all started by getting my high school diploma.
When you graduate, they graduate. Visit finishyourdiploma.org to find free and supportive adult education centers near you.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Final hour here on this Monday. Welcome back from the weekend. Nice weather across the state today and tomorrow. Towards the end of the week, Don Day used the 4-letter S word. I know. It doesn't begin with SH, but it should. Snow, maybe. Towards the end of the week for much of the state, but today and tomorrow looking pretty nice. Cassie Craven's latest opinion piece in the Cowboy State Daily you should read. Interesting. Now, Cassie normally joins us on Mondays, but she's hit a busy stretch of her personal schedule. You know, she isn't always waiting on standby for the Cowboy State Daily morning show. She has a day job, and her calendar's a little bit busy for the next couple of months, so we've missed our opportunity to talk to Cassie. It's too bad. But we still get to read her column. You should check it out. Her latest opinion piece is called Wyoming Conservatives Should Learn from an 11-Year-Old Girl. The 11-year-old she mentions is the sensation Dusky Hall, who is on the rodeo circuit. And she's already made $1 million rodeoing. And she's 11, yo. Just turned 11. And she is, I gotta say, she's fun to watch. I had heard of her, and she was sort of in the back of my mind. I had heard of her, and somebody was talking about this 11-year-old that runs barrels. And she's really, really good. And I thought, well, maybe one day I'll see who that is. And now I see Cassie write about her, and I'm like, okay, I really gotta look into Dusky Hall. Not dusty like, you need to get out the feather brush. Is that what they call it? The feather duster? Dusky, like D-U-S-K-Y, Dusky Hall. And man, I watched a few of her runs, and she is for real. Back when she was 6 years old, she got on a horse, her little pony, and she was doing barrels. And her mom's not one of those moms pushing her to do stuff. It's not like the parents who insist their kid live out their dream because they never did or never could. No, the mom is, she's a rodeo mom, but she's every bit as mommy as anybody else. Her mom's like, be careful, Dusky, and I don't know if you're ready for that. And so when she was 6 years old, she's riding, some little push-button pony horse, and the horse gets injured. And so she borrows somebody else's horse. And this is like a real barrel. This is like a rocket barrel racing horse. And Dusky, as a 6-year-old, had never shown any fear, no matter what she's riding. And her mom's like, boy, I don't know about this. I mean, you're just a little kid. This is a real barrel racing horse. And from that first run, even though mom was worried about her, Dusky knows no fear. And she just reached the $1 million earning level in barrel racing. And I'm going to, for those of you on radio, you'll just have to imagine this photograph. It's a picture of Dusky on her horse. This one is taking care of this horse. This is her normal Palomino, her yeller horse. I think the horse's name is Taking Care of Business or something like that. And in the photo, I mean, Dusky is, and one of the reasons she's so successful as a barrel racer, besides being fearless, is she's so light. She's so small. There's not too many barrel racers who could lean into a turn like Dusky does and not throw their horse off balance. But in this photo, horse and rider are at almost a 45-degree angle. It's incredible, the tightness with which she's getting around a barrel. And this little kid, just turned 11, is making money on the circuit. She just American Rodeo set stage exciting final. There's $1 million payout, and the 11-year-old won it. She's featured in Sports Illustrated, Cowgirl magazine, and the numerous articles about the 11-year-old who knows no stage too big for her. Way to go, kid. It's also featured as a great example of how Wyoming conservatives could learn from the 11-year-old Cassie Craven, her latest column. You got to check that out. We're looking to get, I forgot my Zoom room is not open, and I want to get Dale Killingback in the Zoom room, but I forgot to open it. Dale says he's only got the one story in there, but I do want to hear more about this trial. Maybe I missed my opportunity to get Dale in here. As I said just last hour, Dale Killingback is following the trial, and I assume he's going to follow it all the way through. Let's see. This could be Dale in the Zoom room. I think it is. Yes, it is. Okay, good deal. Dale, sorry, I forgot to open the Zoom room. My mistake. How you doing? How was your weekend? How's everything?
Good. How was yours?
Pretty good. I watched a little of the Masters. Did you see? Do you watch any of the golf?
I did. That was pretty interesting, Masters. And I'm not a big golf watcher, but it was pretty fascinating yesterday.
I'm not either. I mean, I like to golf, but watching it, when I was younger was always so boring. You just something you have on in the background. But that was pretty exciting. And the Masters, of course, is pretty old school. I was cool to see and learn, which I didn't know, is they banned the cell phone at the Masters. If you attend, there was this photograph of golfers, and then in the background's all the fans, and you're like looking at it and you're like, what looks out of place here? And no one has their, a phone up. They don't let you have your cell phone at the Masters, which is pretty cool throwback. I like that.
Yeah. It's just like a courtroom.
Yeah. Just like a courtroom. And you've got to surrender your devices in the courtroom. And, that's an interesting question that we could ask you. I've done it before. But tell me how you do it as a reporter. Right now, you're kind of embedded. Your story, you're following this whole Stephen Marler case, the former foster dad, went from award-winning dad to, he's currently facing 26 charges. The eldest daughter, now 21. The latest we hear from her was it began back when she was about 9 or 10 years old, massages that just went too far. They were not daddy-daughter massages. And just more and more we hear from this trial, and it gets more and more cringe. But how do you do it, Dale, when you go in the courtroom and you're trying to, it's this old-fashioned note-taking, is it? Do you have a laptop? How do you do it in the courtroom?
Yeah, I don't think they let me take a laptop. So it's just a notebook and taking notes, old school.
Yeah. Boy,
trying to do it, choose the right things to write down, because things are happening quickly. And
Right. And you're trying to get choice statements made and testimony. So where are we in this trial? We're through 3 days of it now. Has it all been the prosecutor's case is still in the prosecution side? They're bringing forward witnesses. Are we still there?
We are still there, and I don't know for sure, but I'm assuming this morning there's going to be another adopted child on the stand. I'm headed there after we talk, and I think that, there's 60 witnesses that were subpoenaed. I don't know if they're probably not going to bring all of them in, but there's some experts that are on the list to testify for both the prosecutor and the defense. So it's going to be at least through this week and into next week.
And besides the witnesses, there's also photographs and video that was mentioned in a story last week that you did. How did we get those? I think you described it, but I would love to hear it again. Starting with how we even went from award-winning foster father and from the outside looking in, a classic environment of how it works, the foster and the adoption system. Like, this is a model example of how well it can go when it goes to plan. But, maybe that's not what was going on. And the whistleblower is the eldest daughter, who is now 21. And how did it come about? She had left the home and was somewhere else when she just mentioned to others about what went on back there, and they said, you got to go talk to someone. She went to authorities, later didn't kind of recount. She recanted her testimony or clammed up. And how did we even get to where we're have Stephen Marler on the radar?
Yeah, well, there had been an earlier allegation in 2016 from a foster daughter, but that was supposedly investigated according to trial testimony, and then nothing was done. And then there is the oldest daughter that goes to like a youth boot camp in Guernsey, and while there in a conversation with other girls, starts describing her relationship with her adopted father, and then that leads to, later on, she didn't specify the time, but she tells a counselor about what's going on, and that leads to a police investigation, which ultimately leads to the charges. But that took a while for that to happen.
And she must have shared enough with investigators that they said, well, we got to go get a look at this home. And
Right.
they got a search warrant, and that's when they found the DVR that was empty, but not really empty.
But not really empty. And what was interesting is that, the sheriff's investigator got it and had it, I think, for over a year. And then she found out the Casper police had this program that would be able to go through the DVR and find deleted files. And so when she did that, that was this year in January that she did that. And that's when they uncovered more than 1,000 videos and information of these videos that were played in court last week.
Just gets creepier and creepier. Now, is the mom, the wife, Stephen Marler, has it wasn't just him, head of the household. He also had there was his wife. Is she implicated in any of this, or is just him facing charges?
He's the only one that's implicated, but she is on the witness list for this trial. So it'll be interesting to see, what she has to say. And my thought is, was there any kind of deal made with the prosecutor, for her as a witness? I don't know, but.
Okay. Well, this is going on in Casper, by the way, and we're following the story all the way through. How long is this expected to be a complex trial? And maybe a couple weeks, 3 weeks? How long are we going to go with this?
Yeah, I'm sure we're going through this week and into next week. Probably, I don't know. It just depends on what the prosecutor and the defense think, but into next week for sure.
Okay. Well, don't get writer's cramp there, making all the notes, but I've appreciated your coverage. You're really kind of you're bringing us right into the courtroom. It's good stuff. Thanks, Dale.
Hey, thanks, Jake. Appreciate it.
All right. That's Dale Killingback. He's currently wrapped up in this trial coverage of Stephen Marler, the 50-year-old who was once considered the model foster dad and an example of how you do foster care and adoption correctly. And now we find out it may have been a sham, allegedly, and just nightmare testimony we're hearing in the early days of the trial. We got to take a quick break, come back with more stories in the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake right after these.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story Will Crow About Crowheart and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning. Welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Meet Norm. He lives with anxiety, but with the help of this latest innovation from Be Normal, he can be normal, just like everyone else. With the swipe of a finger, you can project happiness, confidence, Machismo. Why settle for being real when you can be normal? The Normal Maker, new from Be Normal. This item doesn't really work because there's no such thing as normal. We're all different. What we like, how our brains work. In fact, 1 in 5 of us live with mental illness. Don't filter who you are. Start by talking to someone you trust. And remember, there is no normal.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
Love is a lesson that doesn't end. It knows no conditions, so you better buckle in. Love keeps you on your toes. It never stops, only grows. Love isn't easy. It's a commitment, especially when they're being their most resistant. Love is being prepared for the journey ahead. Love doesn't let any concerns go unsaid. Love is finding the right seat so you can take a breath. But remember, love isn't lax. It always double checks. Check that your kids are in the right seat at nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Love protects.
Cowboy State Daily Show in our final hour. I'm Jake. She's Katy Perry, and she's going into outer space. Yeah, Katy Perry announced, the announcement was made that Katy Perry is going to join an all-female crew. I sense a TV show in this, perhaps. And they're all going in there. I know some people who are not Katy Perry fans are probably thinking that's a great place for her to go. Yeah, let's shoot her into outer space. But Katy Perry said she said she would never return to American Idol. She hated the experience when she was a judge on American Idol. But the pop superstar singer said she's all for going to outer space, and she's going to do it with an all-female crew. And I'm looking at it. She's going to go through the Blue Origin mission, and it's a thing where they shoot you 60 miles above Earth. The flight will last. Well, I guess she already completed it. She did it Monday morning. That's this morning. So, yeah, she's doing it right now, and hopefully she's got back to Earth already. Because all I can think of is Elon Musk and his failed when he shoots rockets and they don't make it. Like, the flight lasted around 11 minutes, traveled more than 60 miles above Earth, according to Blue Origin. On board the all-female crew were Katy Perry, Jeff Bezos' journalist fiance Lauren Sanchez, who also happens to be a helicopter pilot, journalist Gail King, former NASA rocket scientist Aisha Bowe, bioastronautics research scientist and civil rights activist Amanda Nagayan, and filmmaker Carrie Ann Flynn fleshed out the all-female crew. It's the first time there's been an all-female crew in outer space since, I think, the Soviets did it, right? All-female space flights. It's the first since 1963, following Soviet cosmonaut Valentina Tereshkova's solo flight in 1963. So never before And it's got me thinking like Katy Perry in outer space with nothing but chicks makes me think of this song. Yeah, I think there needs to be a whole TV series about what happened in outer space with Katy Perry and the all-female crew of Blue Origin. They weren't there very long, 11 minutes, but long enough to kiss a girl. Katy Perry shot into outer space, where a lot of folks are saying, let's leave her there. Maybe. I'm a Katy Perry fan. I like Katy Perry. Other stories I'm looking at today. Buffalo Bulletin, that's Buffalo, Wyoming, by the way, is reporting that it's pretty good calving conditions this season. The spring's looking really good. If you're in the ranching business, we all know that it's got its ups and downs. It's never easy being a cattle rancher. But this spring, all indications are pretty good. Calving conditions are good. The cattle market looks good for ranchers, according to this story in the Buffalo Bulletin, written by Alex Hargrave. Andy Stevens is one of the ranchers, saying things are looking pretty good. Calving season, you know what ranchers look for is a predictable spring where you don't get those ups and downs, real warm, real cold, extreme temperature fluctuations between as cold as 30 and as warm as 70, back and forth. That's not good for the health of livestock. It can cause pneumonia, digestive issues, but having dry conditions and fairly warm or at least consistent temperatures is what you're looking for in a spring. And right now, as we get towards the tail end of calving season, the spring's been pretty good for most beef producers. They all seem to be happy across Wyoming, and the numbers look really good. Johnson County numbers, I think I was surprised how many cow-calf pairs they run in Johnson County. It was a lot. I'm trying to find that number right now. Maybe I should just do a search and see if I can find it. Johnson County, positive trend, everything on the up. Johnson County ranches in total will likely see roughly 37,500 calves born this spring, according to Wyoming agricultural statistics reported by U.S. Department of Agriculture. 37,500 calves hitting the ground in Johnson County alone this spring. So, good news. Calving conditions on the cattle market all looking on the up, according to this story in the Buffalo Bulletin. That's all really good news. Cowboy State Daily stories that we're following this morning include the feel-good story about Carbon County Sheriff's Office returning a stuffy to a family traveling through Wyoming that had lost it on Interstate 80. That was a bull skiing for the Olympics coming up. And we're going to get her on the show this week. Jalen Koff, who grew up skiing at Grand Targhee in Alta, Wyoming. That's where she learned to do her mogul thing, and she's now doing it on a worldwide stage. And she is really, really good. The quote from Jalen says, "I'm super excited headed into the Olympics this year. I feel like everything is building in the right direction. I'm having a lot of fun. I'm loving it. And I'm looking forward to continuing building off this season." And we wish all the best to Jalen Koff. We'll have her on the show this week and get, in her own words, how excited she is to be headed to the Winter Olympics again. She was already at the Winter Olympics. And, we're looking for pure gold from Jalen this time. Kristi Noem's viral video as the former South Dakota governor and now head of Department of Homeland Security was posing in a recent video and photo with some ICE agents down there in Arizona. And in the photo, she's got her M4 pointed at the head of an agent standing right next to her, man. It's kind of sloppy, careless muzzle sweep. It's really not good. Any firearms experts, anybody in the firearm world would tell you got to be careful where you're pointing your gun. I mean, that's rule number one, the cardinal rule of firearm safety. Always keep your gun pointed in a safe direction. Christy, you should know better. Never point a weapon, whether it's loaded or not, at anything you don't intend to shoot. And Christy's feeling the heat right now about that viral video. She posted it herself on X, and finding herself in yet another controversy. Christy Nome. This is a really cool trail cam video that Mark Hines got his hands on. It did not happen in Wyoming, but it's cool nonetheless. It happened in Oregon when a mama bobcat made an incredible leap to snag a turkey out of the air. It's really neat. The video, by the way, won the Trail Cam Pro 2025 Video of the Year award. And it's just a trail cam set up by this Oregon couple who they run. Her and her husband, Selah Tenney, lives right outside of Roseburg, Oregon, on a 20 acres of this property is set aside for untouched for a haven for wildlife. They have a big spread in Oregon, and where they raise sheep, by the way, and they set aside 20 acres of it to do nothing with, but just to allow wildlife to hang out. And Selah Tenney and her husband more than happy to live alongside wildlife, which include mountain lions that they often see. Even though they raise sheep on their property, they haven't had too many problems with the bobcats and the mountain lions. She said, we coexist with all wildlife. And because of that, we have 3 resident bobcats that we've gotten to know. And she said, mostly through the cat's distinctive fur markings. They know them by name. They know them by sight. And Selah said, we're particularly like the predators. They're so interesting. We're lucky that our neighbors who have some big ranches enjoy the bobcats as well. There was a time that the mountain lions were getting into the sheep pen, and she said they put up some hot wire, some electrified fence wire, and that seems to have taken care of the problem. But the reason this is in the news is the wild turkey population in Oregon, said Selah Tenney, has exploded, and there's turkeys all over the place. And she said from her observation, the turkeys are usually able to get away from mountain lions very easily. She said sometimes they just toy with these bobcats, and the cats have no chance because the turkeys see them coming and they take flight, and then, there's nothing the mountain lion can do to catch that turkey. Although this trail cam shows evidence that sometimes the mountain lion wins. It is pretty cool to see the height this mountain lion, this bobcat jumps so high. He waits. He's got an opportunity where the turkey's sort of looking at what it's eating and takes its focus off the bobcat for just a second. That's all it takes. The turkey attempts to fly, and the bobcat just leaps right out of the frame of the trail cam, and then you see both cat and turkey reappear in the trail cam frame, coming down back to earth, and it's evident that the bobcat's successful. I'm watching it right now. Oh man, and just feathers flying everywhere. But this bobcat gets some serious height. You got to check it out. The video, you can see the video in the story, embedded in the story from Mark Hines. Mama bobcat makes incredible leap to snag turkey out of the air, and it's the video that won the Trail Cam Pro 2025 Video of the Year award. And we get introduced to a pretty cool family in Roseburg, Oregon. Selah Tenney and her husband running a sheep ranch where they love to put a trail cam out to see what wildlife is up to. Cool, interesting story. Check it out. Mark Hines has it for you in the Cowboy State Daily. Claire McFarland and Greg Johnson teamed up on a story that's disappointing. We told you earlier this show about David Madison had a story about one of his favorite spots to go to is a hot springs in Idaho, Cary Hot Springs. And when he went the other day, he noticed that the place had been just all trashed up, like somebody had left behind trash. And so David and his friends took it upon themselves to clean it up. This is along those same lines of stupid humans just being irresponsible. 2 men are accused of a drunken rampage that left the Kinnear post office absolutely trashed. These 2 Fremont County men in their 20s have been caught, and they were caught pretty easily. They were both passed out in their truck after the incident early Monday morning. Avery Burnett, 21-year-old, and Omar Tillman, 24-year-old, were charged Wednesday in Riverton Circuit Court, each with 1 count of felony property destruction. And what they did to this post office was beyond trashing. I mean, they destroyed it, ransacked it. Lori Davidson owns the property the post office sits on next to the Kinnear store, which she also owns in Kinnear, Wyoming. And she said the post office building was ransacked. She said a lot of stuff was stolen and later found in the 2 accused truck. She said they probably did about $10,000 up to maybe $20,000 worth of damage. They destroyed the whole inside of the building, Davidson told the Cowboy State Daily. Claire McFarland has a story along with Greg Johnson. Fremont County Sheriff's Office made the arrest fairly easily when they noticed the 2 men passed out in the truck, and they did have stolen items in the truck as well. Just a disappointing story as we share some photos of the trashiness taken by the Fremont County Sheriff's. Like, what possesses somebody to just ransack a post office for no reason? I don't get it. Check out the story in the Cowboy State Daily. We're also congratulating Attorney General Bridget Hill as she was appointed to Wyoming Supreme Court. I don't know what goes on from here. Once the governor taps you to take an empty seat on the Supreme Court, can you or would you say no? I don't know, but I believe Bridget Hill is on her way to the Supreme Court. She'll fill a seat vacated by a 70-year-old on the way out. There's a maximum age you can serve, and it's 70 years old. And I think it's Kate Fox, Justice Fox, who is leaving as the 70-year-old and replaced by, assuming she takes the seat, Wyoming Attorney General Bridget Hill. And A.G. Hill she's been one of the busiest attorney generals I can think of because, in my opinion, of the amount of lawsuits that the state is involved with, both bringing lawsuits and defending lawsuits. Wyoming that alone will keep you busy as can be as an AG. But Wyoming Attorney General Bridget Hill will be the newest addition of the Wyoming Supreme Court. Governor Mark Gordon announced last Friday he picked Hill to replace Chief Justice Kate Fox on Wyoming's highest court. The quote from Governor Gordon is, "After careful consideration, I chose General Hill because she possesses a deep and original understanding of both Wyoming and constitutional law. She has dedicated her legal career to public service and has proven her ability to examine issues from all perspectives. She reflects a level of integrity that is as valuable as it is admirable. AG Bridget Hill to be the newest Supreme in Wyoming, as she's named to replace Justice Kate Fox. Congrats to Bridget Hill. And yeah, it'll be interesting news. The story comes from our own Leo Wilson. It's on the Cowboy State Daily if you want to read and learn more. Let's take our final break here in the final hour of Monday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. We'll be right back in 3.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Year after year, we continue to serve new neighbors across our state.
For over 40 years, our trust and wealth management services have grown our roots in Casper.
And now we're excited to have offices in 3 Wyoming cities.
We're here to help you achieve your financial goals
and provide the kind of service that you expect from a Wyoming business.
Because at Hilltop Bank, community means Wyoming.
One more time before you wake up in the wild. In your eyes, I see a flower slowly dying.
Together with the Nature Conservancy, you have the power to make a difference. For unspoiled nature, for beautiful wildlife, and for people everywhere. Together, we can find a way to ensure that all life on Earth can thrive.
Oh, in the wild, you're gonna make it. The moonlight is here to take you.
Our natural world needs us now. Every day, we lose more lands, waters, and the wild species that depend on them. To learn more, visit nature.org today.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues here, the final hour in a Monday show. Hearts are heavy over the 19-year-old who fell from a wind turbine. He's a technician that was working to fix wind turbines, a wind turbine technician from Douglas, Liam Cobb, just 19 years old. This story broke right after we got off the air last Friday. We just missed it. Leo Wolfson posted it on April 11th. And the family, the Cobb family, dealing with the loss of Leanne, Anna Cobb, will always remember the kindness her nephew, Liam, 19-year-old, possessed. He was just a good member of society. You know who's going to miss Liam most is, I think, his his cousin who played hockey with him. I want to say it was his cousin. I mean, I'm sure all the family members are going to miss Liam. Yeah, it was Beth who played hockey with Liam back in the day. Just a good kid, real into 4-H, raising goats. Liam loved his goats, said Anna. And I'm not sure we know more about what exactly happened, but the fall from, those wind turbines are so high. If you fall from them, that's not going to be a good outcome. Leo Wilson has more on the story with Wendy Core.
Anna Cobb will always remember the kindness that her nephew Liam possessed and his curiosity about how all things worked in the world. 19-year-old Liam Cobb died Wednesday while working on a wind turbine near Medicine Bow in Carbon County. Anna Cobb told Cowboy State Daily's Leo Wolfson that her nephew fell while working his job as a wind turbine technician.
Liam Cobb is really best known for being a very talented hockey goalie, a very quiet young man, but with a lot of deep kindness in his heart. He had an incredible curiosity about the world and how things worked inside it. I talked to his aunt about him and his life, and he was just fascinated by the intricacies of how things worked. And that's probably what led him to end up working as a wind technician, which is where he ended up losing his life. A ton of people outpouring, expressing their condolences on social media for his death, and he'll be sorely missed for sure by the Douglas community.
Anna Cobb said Liam brought a constant light to his family, a smile almost always etched across his face. He leaves behind 5 siblings and his mother and father.
Yeah, thank you, Liam. Thank you, Wendy, for that story. There's going to be a funeral memorial service April 17th at the Wyoming State Fairgrounds in Douglas. Anna Cobb shared that on socials, and it was Beth, Anna's daughter Beth, who would be Liam's cousin, who really was close to Liam, maybe the closest. They played on the hockey team together, and Anna said her daughter Beth is taking it particularly hard. This story from Leo Wilson about Liam Cobb, 19-year-old wind turbine technician from Douglas who died Wednesday from a fall while working on a turbine in Carbon County. And once again, Anna Cobb shares that Liam's funeral will be 9 a.m. April 17th at the Wyoming State Fairgrounds in Douglas. Story from Claire McFarland about Congresswoman Harriet Hageman wants to ditch the policy that keeps non-English speaking truckers on the road. Hageman has been critical of this policy. She sent a letter to U.S. Department of Transportation, DOT. She sent it to Secretary Sean Duffy, pointing out some of the statistics, some of the fatality statistics in Wyoming are disturbing, those involving tractor trailer drivers. This is Hageman's letter challenges whether a June 15th, 2016 memorandum by the then Obama administration, which made it easier for non-English speaking truckers to have CDLs and operate in the United States. And Harriet Hageman is what wants that whole policy to be walked back, and particularly due to some alarming statistics. In Wyoming alone, the Cowboy State has more fatalities due to truck drivers than any other state. 5.1 per 100,000 people in 2022, according to data from the National Highway Traffic and Safety Administration. That's nearly 3 times higher than the national average of fatal truck crashes per 100,000, which is just under 2. The national average, 1.8 fatal truck crashes per 100,000 people. In Wyoming, in 2022, it was over 5. And a lot of folks believe it's due to the market being flooded with non-nationals, with foreign drivers who have little, if any, ability to speak English or, more importantly, to read English when you're talking about signage on highways. So Congresswoman Harriet Hageman would like to see that policy of going easy on non-English speaking truckers to be kind of repealed and walked back. Claire McFarland has the story. She talked with our own Wendy Core about it.
Wyoming Representative Harriet Hageman sent a letter to the Federal Transportation Department Thursday urging the removal of a regulation that keeps non-English speaking commercial truck drivers on the roads. Before the Obama-era memorandum, truck inspectors could put non-English speaking truckers out of service. And since its implementation, American large truck fatalities have risen drastically. Hageman's letter challenges the 2016 memorandum. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Hageman urged the Department of Transportation to consider whether that memorandum is now ripe to be rescinded.
Back in February, I reported that Wyoming truckers are like, a lot of the truckers can't speak English. We can't help them on the road. They can't order fuel. Like, how does this affect their driving? I pushed the delegation, I pushed the White House to find out if anyone was pushing to remove that memo, to find out if anyone was actually advocating action on this. This past week, when Representative Hageman sent a letter to the Department of Transportation Secretary, like, consider rescinding this Obama-era memo, it does not seem like it fits Trump's administration. It was the first real action I'd seen, at least from Wyoming's corner of the world, where someone was actually trying to get that rule lifted.
To Shannon Everett, co-founder of trucker advocacy group American Truckers United, Hageman's letter came as a welcome surprise. He told Cowboy State Daily on Friday that his group has been trying to incite awareness and action of this exact issue in state legislatures and the federal government for nearly a year.
Good job by Claire McFarland following that story and following up on a story she did have earlier. She talked about Claire McFarland in a previous story talked about the spike in traffic fatalities concerning semi-tractor trailers from 2016 on. Previous to 2016, previous to the Obama administration policy concerning non-English speaking truckers, numbers, the fatalities involving 18-wheelers remain pretty consistent and pretty low in the 2s. Being 2 fatalities for every 100,000. And then from 2016 on, those numbers started drastically escalating to where they are now, over 5 for 100,000, and again, 4 times the national average. So something has got to be going on. Is it because these truckers don't speak English? Representative Hageman believes that's certainly one big reason. Leo Wilson has a pretty cool story about a real-life Wyoming Hoosiers. I have not seen the movie. I got to be the last guy on the planet who has not seen Hoosiers. But you know what it's about. The Hoosiers Cinderella basketball story of back in the day. Wyoming has its own version that happened back in 1949. Cinderella basketball team, Tiny Reliance Pirates, and how they made a run to a state championship that never should have happened. Reliance, back in 1949, I mean, tiny school, tiny town, for that matter, and how they certainly punched above their weight as they made a run for the state championship back in 1949. The school has 105 students. The town has a total of 710 residents back in the day when this happened. It was a Class A championship, and a huge underdog were the Pirates as they went up against powerhouse Cheyenne High School. This is back when Cheyenne had one high school. Today, Cheyenne's so big it has three. But back then, Cheyenne High School, they were the odds-on favorite. The Cheyenne Indians were defending state champs. They had won 6 of the last 7 state titles. For Cheyenne, this was to be a game where it's sort of ho-hum, sort of a tune-up in the postseason. But Cheyenne lost that game. Reliance somehow beat them, reminding you of kind of a David Goliath 1986 movie, Hoosiers. Reliance beat Cheyenne in that game, shocked them. They went on to beat Rock Springs and then beat Casper. I mean, this looked like it was a run that would never end. It was in all the papers back in the day, the 1949. They were a small but scrappy bunch. The Kemmer Gazette affectionately referred to the Pirates as the Little Giants from southwestern Wyoming. And they got to the state final game, and unfortunately, that's where the bubble burst on the story is. They did lose in a rematch to Cheyenne finally in the state championship. But, man, they put a scare into everybody that year. Leo Wolfson had the story. And the Cowboy State Daily learned more about the run that the Reliance Pirates made back in 1949 that made everybody kind of think of Hoosiers back in the day. Well, these stories and more we've been following all Monday. Sheriffing done right. Cops in Carbon County find to return a beloved stuffy to an 8-year-old in St. Louis. New tech squeezes every last drop of oil from Wyoming. Robot horses. Kawasaki unveils a hi-ho silver silicon, a cyborg trigger. It needs no hay or oats, runs on hydrogen. These stories and a whole bunch more we were working on a Monday edition of the Cowboy State Daily. We'll do it again tomorrow, same time. Enjoy your Monday.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.